Good morning. No, we didn't switch pages, Mr. Joseph Fernandez. We are here for our action here today. We are just getting ourselves underway for the first races of the day. We've had our qualifyings already. We've got our positions all decided to start off with, and we are here for race 8 of our day. If you're counting all of the qualifyings, we've got 3 karts out there for our Cummer Bambino heat number 1. It's going to be River de Giorgio Miller, Oliver Leck and Jojo Dobbs are going to be the 3 drivers in contention for this race, and they will be getting themselves going from the grid straight away. Having a look at where all the drivers are lining up in position, it's going to be River de Giorgio Miller in first place. It looks as though that's going to be Jojo Dobbs in P2, and then we have Oliver Leck in third place. So that will be the 3 that will be lining up at the start of this race here at the Rye House Kart Championship. Oh no, that is the Saturday Championship. We are here for the Rye House Kart Club even for round number 6 of the season, and we're just getting ourselves sorted and ready to go racing. My name's Joseph Black. I'll be taking you through all of the action, and well, we've got 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing to get underway. The lights are on in front of the drivers, they are out, and we are ready to go racing. The 28 has had a great start to this one, I think, actually. He is going to be the one who leads into the first corner, and that is exactly what River de Giorgio Miller will want to start off his race with, and that will be something he'll hope to continue throughout the course of the day and throughout the course of the race as well. I'm confused as to whether I'm actually going out on the speakers or not. I can't seem to hear myself. Nobody's acknowledging me. Well, I'm sure we'll get it all sorted out. De Giorgio Miller, as I say, is going to lead at the end of the first lap. He's had a good start indeed, and the gap was, when they crossed the line, about 8/10 of a second. I think it's going to be even more now. I think that gap's going to be up to about, it might even be 7 or 8 seconds, which is an incredible first lap for him. And in fact, it's going to be 4.2, so haven't quite got my time meter in range just yet. And so it'll be the 28 at the very top of this order. Jojo Dobbs 4.2 behind, and then Oliver Leck behind him will be just the 1.8 behind, so might be able to go racing with him very, very soon indeed, if there's a couple of laps with which he can catch himself up and gain that place. That will be the top 3. Of course, 3 karts in this race here today, and well, we will be seeing them go at it hammer and tongs all the way throughout the day. River de Giorgio Miller has been the kart with the pace in both the practice and the qualifying sessions, and he seems to be going. He might even beat his best lap time of the weekend so far, a 47.671 for the 28. Was his best time, and he will be hoping to beat that in this session. A 47.8 last time around is an improvement from him as he sets the fastest lap, and you can see really the pace difference that he has over the rest of the order, it appears, as well, we will continue to watch on throughout the rest of the race. 4 minutes left in it, and well, it still says unknown track on the live stream. If you are at the track and you would like to watch on with the live stream, you can do so. We get a good shot of the turn 3-4 kind of hairpin section, and well, I will actually try to move it because it was set up for where we ended up watching a bit of the action down at turn 3. Might need to move it a little bit across. We're all just trying to troubleshoot as we go. There we go. That should be it. That's a good shot. A good shot of the positioning. Just going to move everything around on the screen as well, so we can be in the right place at the right time to watch all of the racing. And there we go. That is everything all sorted and fixed in terms of the live stream. At least if you can't hear me at the circuit, well, then you can't hear me saying this. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in this session, and this is going to be what will continue on for the remainder of this race. And yeah, this is very, very good pace indeed for River de Giorgio Miller at the top. But yes, welcome to the Rye House Kart Club for this race and for this race weekend as well, because of course we've got lots of racing action to bring to you over the course of Sunday. And well, this is just the beginning. We're going to have the Camo Bambinos, which are of course the karts out there at the moment. Then we're going to have the Honda GX200s cadets, then the Micro Max cadets, the Inter Rotax 950s, and then the Junior Rotax Maxes as well. The Senior Rotax Max will be next up, and then it will be the Rotax 177. So we've got 7 different classes out there here today for everybody to feast their eyes upon. So it should be very good fun indeed. We've got River de Giorgio Miller with 2 minutes and 30 left on the clock, having set his best time of the race, but not having set his best time of the weekend in this race. Well, we may well see him do that later on. We have 2 heats and then finals later on for these drivers. And every single one of these drivers will be doing just that. That means that throughout the course of the weekend, or throughout the course of the day, we'll have 21 races to watch on with and to speak about. And of course, as I say, my name is Joseph Black. I'll be taking you through all of it as we go. At the moment, though, we don't have long left in this race. It is coming to its closure, and you feel as though this has been a very, very dominant performance indeed from River de Giorgio Miller to find himself at the very top of this order, and that is exactly what he would have wanted to see. That is a perfect start to his race and well, to his weekend as a whole. He was only 5 thousandths off of his previous time, so the consistency from River has been very, very key indeed to watch on with and to keep himself going in it. And well, 16 of Jojo Dobbs in second place, Oliver Leck in third. Dobbs sporting a helmet that has become increasingly common over the last few years. Lando Norris's helmet, so he's certainly a spectacle. Oliver Leck appears to have had a problem and has stopped at the side of the road, so will not be continuing, or will he? He's been encouraged by the marshal. He's sat back down in the cart, and he may well be rejoining this race. Yes, he's going to be a lap or 2 down with River de Giorgio Miller coming through now and going through the 99. Is he going to be back out on the road? It'll be good to see him. Looks as though he's being wheeled somewhere. He's being wheeled the opposite way to the way that the track is going, but with only 3 carts on the track, you can get away with that. And it looks as though the 99 is going to retire from this race. So 2 drivers will be coming to the end of this one, and it will be River de Giorgio Miller with 36 seconds left on the clock, who will take us on to final lap potentially. No idea why the stream sounds like that. But yeah, we will, I'm sure, be seeing the final lap underway, and I'm sure be seeing River de Giorgio Miller coming to the line. Jojo Dobbs getting that experience in that second place is not going to be too bad for him as well, and Oliver Leck, of course, out of the race, will be hoping that he can get his kart sorted in time for race 2 and 3 of the day. I'm trying to sort out the stream, and I don't know why it sounds like that. However, we will be seeing lots of racing all the way throughout the day, as we need to get that stream sounding crisp and ready to go. Hello to Santiago, Inter Rotax round 3 winner. Well, thank you very much for joining us here today to watch this stream, and well, we will watch on with our last couple of karts. We've got River de Giorgio Miller coming through the final sector now, and he will try to get himself to the line. He will be taking the victory in race 1 here today. He'll be happy with that one, and there is only going to be improvements for him throughout the weekend, I would imagine. Victory then for River de Giorgio Miller, and he will be taking that one in style. Jojo Dobbs will take P2, and Oliver Leck will be P3, despite retiring with a few laps to go. But that will be our race 1 finished, and that will be River de Giorgio Miller taking that win. And Jojo Dobbs second place, Oliver Leck in third place, Can't see how long is left. I can fix that right about now. I'm going to give it a go to try to fix it because it's obviously not going to show the unknown track. Does it sound a little better on the stream? I'm trying to mess around with it and do a few different things at once. Well, of course, we are just going to be sorting the stream out and sorting the commentary out and sorting the microphone out. It does sound a lot better, the mic, than it did at the start of the race. And so that is a promising sign of things to come. Yeah, there we go. That sounds a lot better. Perfect. I am going to get the time up on the screen, so I'm just going to try to I'm going to go silent for a second as I try to sort it out. Thank you very much for those people who are in the chat and joining along. And by those people, I mean Santiago. Right, this should be okay. I'm going to drag it up on screen in a short second or minute or however long this is going to take me to get to set up. It's going to be in the top left of your screens. Now, there you go. There we go. So, this should sound a little bit better. A little bit better indeed. The Come Bambinos, of course, over. Our order there was Giorgio Miller, then Dobbs, and then coming home in third place will be Lek. Then we've got a slightly bigger grid for this one. 10 karts out there on the road right now. Callum Ryan on the 33, Brandon Lakshow in the 17, Freddie Williams on the 61, Jack Gell on the 54, Ollie Spooner Green in the 11, Dominic Ushak 72, Jude Vaught on the 88, Jake Binney 14, Arlo Mead 47, and Harry Green 55. Those are your 10 karts out there on the road and ready to get themselves going for green flag racing here for round 6. Race 1 of their kart club, and we will see where they will all stack up. In qualifying earlier on, it was a case of Callum Ryan coming out on top, 3/10 ahead of Brandon Lakshow in P2. Freddie Williams in third place, Jack Gell in fourth. In fact, I think it may well be in the order that I read it out in. Indeed, it is. The only difference being that Harry Green was actually 7th place, but got disqualified from the session. We are underway then for our second race of the day, and the first one for this class. And who's going to lead into the first corner? Callum Ryan and Brandon Lakshow started alongside each other, and now it will be the number 33 of Ryan who's going to lead the way. The 61, in fact, of Freddie Williams is going to come through to second place, and Brandon Lakshow drops down to third. So that's not a great start from him. Jack Gell in fourth, and Dominic Ushak has made his way through on Ollie Spooner Green into fifth place. As they get going, that is going to be your top 5 for now, and they're already almost at the end of the first lap, so already a very good start indeed. Is there going to be any moves into the final corner? Not quite yet. They're going to sit, they're going to watch, they're going to wait, and they're going to just really take their opportunity when it offers itself to them. They're not going to rush too aggressively into moves. And Arlo Mead is going to be the karter in 10th place. So issues for the 47 in the first race of the day, which means that he's going to drop down and be a distance off of the field. Let's hope that he can come back and climb back into the order. But hey, you never quite know what could happen. It's a kart race after all. Anything really could happen out there on the circuit. Ryan did set the fastest lap last time around, and I think he's extended that gap just that little bit more for now. And he is going to be leading the way onto what will be lap number 2. And he's going to jump his way up to a gap of 0.8 of a second. So, in fact, that gap is gained by 0.3 with Freddie Williams now looking like he's going to be more under pressure from Brandon Lakshow than anything else. And this could be the opportunity for the 17 as through goes Ollie Spooner Green on Dominic Ushak. That'll be up into 5th place for the number 11 and regaining where he would have started in this. In fact, Ollie Spooner Green's gained 2 places from where he started in this race. First, he jumps up on Jude Valton. Now he's up into the top 5. So a very, very good start to this race for the number 11. And now we head to 5 minutes left in this second race of the day. And Callum Ryan is going to set the fastest lap once again. Now has that gap of over a second ahead of Freddie Williams in second. And it only looks set to continue to build that gap as the 61 is more worried about the 17. Ollie Spooner Green now looking at the back of Jack Gell and wanting to make his way through on the 54. Is there a move down towards turn 4? There is not quite yet. And there may well be one down towards the second hairpin, turn number 5. But no move doing just yet for the number 11. He doesn't feel as though he can make that move. There wasn't enough of a run for him to pull along the side. They will continue then on to lap number 4, and Ryan will continue to hold that gap at the top of the order. Spooner Green ready to go fighting with Jack Gell. Williams and Laxo split by 0.3 of a second. Spooner Green and Gell split by just the 1. So there might be the move for the number 11 as he tries to get his way through on the 54, looking for the inside of turn 2, then the outside of 3. Can't quite find any way through as he heads down to 4, but there is a moment of running wide for Ushak that means that Spooner Green may well be able to pull alongside. Not quite yet. So he waits and he watches and he bump drafts the 54 down towards turn number 6. And, well, he's not going to quite get through just yet. Lap 5 then underway, and, well, this race is absolutely flying by, it feels like, at the moment. So a very good start indeed for Callum Ryan to the day. I mean, of course, he set pole position in qualifying, but it's one thing to set pole position, it's another to keep himself in a position, and he's doing just that right now. So we'll keep watching these karters roll on, and we'll keep watching them fight it out on the circuit. And the 11 all over the back of the 54. At Ollie Spooner Green with a real chance to make an impression here on the back and get through into the top 4. He might feel as though with the pace that he's had, he can catch up with the top 3. The gap at the moment, 1.4 seconds between Brandon Lacho and Jack Gell. So he might feel as though he might be on for a late charge for the podium. Further down, the fights between some of the other cars are continuing. Harry Green seems to have the pace over the course of the weekend. He might well get through on Jake Binney on the next lap of this race. He's going to be just a 3/10 behind. And Harry Green did start, or did have the pace to start further up, but did get disqualified from qualifying, so did not give himself the chance to be in position, and so had to start from the very back of the field. He's only gotten through an Arlo Mead so far, who has different issues with his cars. It appears he's going to be 8.3 seconds off the rest of this field for now. Very close once again, Gell, Spooner Green and Ushak, and it feels as though with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this session, they can take that opportunity and take that victory. But hey, you never quite know what could happen in racing. Ryan, 2.2 seconds up the field, though, and it feels as though with that gap, it's looking pretty much insurmountable. So very good pace from the 33. Shades of Max Verstappen, the driver that no doubt there will be some inspiration at the very least from with the 33 on the kart. And that will be not too bad of a performance from him. And yeah, as I say, shades of Verstappen at the top. We continue on to what will be the third to last lap. We've got the fastest lap of the race thrown in from Callum Ryan. The 39.198 for himself. We've seen him at the very top of this order. And that is going to be perfect for him at the moment, where now it's a 2.7 second gap. So 2 3/4 seconds advantage over second place. That is where he would want to find himself. And yeah, he only looks set to be in a very, very good position indeed. The 11 still chasing behind the 54, and you feel as though he's running out of overtaking opportunities now, which is not ideal for him in any way, shape or form. And well, he's going to wrestle that car through the final couple of sectors. He's going to wrestle that car down towards the first corner once again. It's going to be, once again, maybe an attempted move, but it may well not be the opportunity he was seeking for now. The 54, actually, under pressure from the 72, as Ollie Spooner Green has made his way through. Dominic Ushak is starting to try to close in on Gell and make his way into a position and up a spot, but no move for him. As well, we've got how long left in the session? 29 seconds Callum Ryan, where is he going to be out there on the road? I think we're going to get 2 more laps of racing. Indeed, we are. 22 seconds left on the road. And yeah, it's going to be good to watch indeed. The last stages of this race out there. And yeah, it's going to be a good chance for a perfect start to the weekend and the celebrations to start early for Callum Ryan. A good performance, and only looks set to continue it with the pace that he's had so far this weekend. The timer is elapsed and Callum Ryan is in the final sector, is in the final corner. He will take the win in race 2 of the day. He'll be over the moon with the way that his first GX200 cadet race has gone, and that is that for him. Freddie Williams ahead of Brandon Laksho, got ahead of him at the start and just held on to it. Ollie Spooner Green ahead of Jack Gell. Dominic Ushak couldn't quite make his way through in the end. Jude Vapt in at 7th place and Jake Binney in 8th. Harry Green in 9th and Arlo Mead to round out the 10 carts in race 2 of the day. Our next carts are out there on the circuit, and we've got our Micromax Cadets Heat 1 ready to get underway. In this one will be the 81 of Calviera, the 88 of Hugo Senna, the 666 of Rio Pocock, the 66 of Leo Hunt. Let's hope they don't go fighting, because then you've got 5 sixes in position. Tommy Lovejoy on the 77, Ezra Robinson Matthews, number 91, AJ Halil, 44, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite in 61, Lawrence Mee on the 3, Aurelio Capalonga on the 16, and Ottilie Simpson on the 92. Coming through the final few corners on the track, and they are ready to get themselves underway for what will be the 3rd race of the day, the first race for these carts, and we are going around once again, so not quite getting ourselves underway just yet in these carts, just waiting a couple more moments to get green flag racing underway, and so they won't be taking themselves side by side in any way, shape or form as they head through for the first time on this track in contact between the 666 and the 61. Not necessarily ideal for Rio Pocock on the back of Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, but hey, either way, they are sorting themselves out. They're getting ready to go once again, and they will be running up to the line to get themselves going in just a couple of moments' time. The timing does say green flag, however, it was a false start for the carts, so Ready to go again. The timer should be restarted. They are going to be stopped for one reason or another. And there we go. We are going to be getting ourselves underway. They've started the engines once again. The stewards have had their word to the drivers, and we are ready to go racing. Calviera is going to get a good start off of the line. He's going to lead into the first corner. Hugo Senna is going to be alongside him, though. So we're going to get the 81 and the 88 locked in battle, and it will be the 81 who gets out on top. In the meantime, Calviera getting through, and it is going to be side by side for them into turn number 3 for the first time, or turn 4 even for the first time. They're still side by side on the exit, and they will continue to be down towards turn number 5. Who will come out on top in the end of that one? It looks as though a much better exit for the 88, as we will get ourselves with another full start. Third time lucky. Final corner once again. Will we be getting a proper start on this occasion? Yes, we won't. I can't quite tell. The flag is being waved for a full start. Yeah, I thought so. We go again. We go again. Whatever the issue is, they are hoping to get it sorted. And hoping to get it going again. How many full starts have we had now? We're on our 3rd. So it'll be 4th time lucky for green flag racing. You can see all of the carts. I think you can see all of the carts. Yeah, you can see all the carts on the live stream. Whatever's going on, they're having an inspection, they're having a chat with the drivers. So this is going to cause slight delays today, which is okay. We were ahead. In fact, this would take us to an on-schedule race, because despite the full starts, we were supposed to get going at 12:01. It is currently 12:01. We've had 3 full starts in this race, so you know what? It's just put us back on schedule. It means that we get more racing action out there. So, hey, who's complaining? Not me. The carts have been rebooted, if you can even use that to describe a kart, and we're ready to get going once again here at the Rye House Kart Raceway for round 6 of our kart club. Our 3rd race of the day, the first for the Micromax Cadets, even the Come Bambinos for the first race. And then we had a second race with the the Honda GX200s. This is the first of the Micro Maxes, and we will be getting ourselves underway with the 81 overtaken around the outside by Hugo Senna into the first corner. That's going to be a good move if he can pull it off, but he can't. There is a fight back from Vieira, and Senna has a look to the inside. No movement just yet as the 81 holds station, but there is one in the background. The 91 losing a spot to the 77. That's going to be Tommy Lovejoy and Ezra Robinson Matthews swapping around. And we have a leader, and it's going to be a clear leader. Third place still tussles, though, between Leo Hunter and Rio Pocock, the 66 and the 666, seeing who can come out on top of the multiple sixes. And at the moment, it has been stacked out to be Rio Pocock. Leo Hunt's going to end off the first lap then, and he's going to end off this lap in fourth place with Hugo Senna leading the way. Lots of swaps in the mid-pack, as well as Lucas Otley, Thistlethwaite and Ottilie Simpson gaining places on Aurelia Capalonga and moving up to 9th and 10th respectively. After the end of the first lap to the 16 finds himself dropping down to the back of the order. The 81 though leads the way, and that is a good start for him, but there are still a few karts in contention for that lead definitely on this lap if any sort of mistake is made. But so far, an impenetrable position for Vieira. Just look to the inside of turn one. It is such a weird dynamic down towards turn one because you have the kart that took the pole position, so the karts that are all odd numbers on the inside liners. Here goes Senna around the outside. No doing just yet. It was Senna who would start off in that spot, and he would go on the outside, in fact, into the first corner. The 81 would be on the inside, and Senna would have the better launch to be around the outside. However, as they came to the end of turn two and they stacked themselves up, it appeared to be that the tighter line was the better one because it essentially means you're going the shorter distance around the corner, and around such a long looping corner such as turn 1 and 2, that would kind of stack them up in those positions. The 81 pushing himself very hard at the moment, and the 88 ready to challenge, looking to the outside of turn 3. No doing just yet. Turn 4, I need to remember that. They'll still be side by side. He'll still have a wheel into the outside, but not quite yet. Rio Pocock looking to involve himself as well, but he might have lost a bit of time. Leo Hunt will be ready to pounce if he does indeed lose that bit of time. So all of these drivers will continue to fight it out. No move for the time being. We'll end lap number 4 with Vieira with a little bit of breathing room between himself and Senna. That little bit does mean little bit of breathing room. It's barely any, but it's enough for him to stay ahead and stay fairly ahead into turn 1. They're not going to be alongside each other. The 88 looks once again around the outside of turn 4, but no move just yet. Rio Pocock ready to fight as well, but he's taking all the same lines as the 88. He'll try to take a different one at some point, you would imagine, and that'll allow him to take that advantage and pull alongside. But just learning how to race each other, the 88 looks very tight to the inside of turn number 6, and that almost opened the door to Rio Pocock, but in the end just backed out, decided not to take that gamble move. It's a little bit of a different dynamic down at that part of the racetrack because it is going to be a temporary chicane whilst there's works going on right up there at the top. So, it is going to be a chicane rather than a straight, and the straight would give you the chance to put alongside, would have given Rio Pocock the perfect run, but on this occasion, it's not going to be so. Around the outside looks once again Senna, but he's going to switch back maybe to the inside. Nope, no doing. These top 5 very close together. Don't forget Tommy Lovejoy at the back of this pack, and he's going to put one of the karts in it under pressure. It's going to be Leo Hunt that's first up on the chopping block, and there's going to be a swap between those karters for now. And, it looks as though Tommy Lovejoy at least has gotten that position up. And as they cross the line, we'll get confirmation of who is going to be in what position. It will be Lovejoy ahead of Hunt, but he is going to be next up on the list, trying to chase with Rio Pocock. It was alongside each other into turn 1 for our 2 race leaders. But once again, it's Cal Vieira who comes out on top in that little scrap and that little fight. The 666 ready to go for it on the back of Senna, who's ready to go for it on the back of Vieira. And so it's about who is going to take that first bite of the cherry. Leo Hunt looking to the inside of turn 4 of Tommy Lovejoy. Couldn't quite squeeze his way through, but once again looking racy, looking challenging. Whilst he was slower on the previous lap, while he did lose that place, he's in a great position to pick it back up once again. Vieira leads down towards turn 1 for what will be the 7th time, but once again, for about the third time in a row, Senna's going to be alongside. But just as they wash themselves wide out of turn 2, it'll be Vieira once again to hold on to position. But you can see he's thinking a lot more about Senna than he has been over the last few laps. And that is demonstrated by the fact that he's looking over his shoulder at every available opportunity, watching to see where Senna decides to go. There's not going to be any move for Senna just yet, as Vieira holds station and holds on to position. Pocock, Lovejoy and Hunt, the frustration will be building. They'll know that they could be in race-winning contention, but they just need to gain that place, and that is something that they have not been able to do just yet. Lap 8 then underway, so we've got about 3 laps to go in this one, and once again, side by side. The gap, in fact, is identical between Vieira and Senna on lap 8 and lap 7 now. And, well, he has a look once again outside maybe for the 88, outside for the 666 as well. They are all having a look at that outside line of the race leader, but no doing just yet. Senna needs to take a different approach here if he wants to make his way through, because it's clear that Vieira's good enough at defending that spot and good enough at holding on to position through turns 4 and turns 5. Maybe it's an unconventional route. Maybe it's a swap to the inside of the corner. That will throw Cal Vieira off. Maybe it's a move down towards the final corner where he can make it stick, but he's not quite quick enough in that final part of the track. He only appears to be the quicker driver through turns 1, 2 and 3, and then by the time he makes it down to 4, Cal Vieira has set himself up in the perfect place to hold on to it, and this time it is once again the same. It's the same case. Senna tried to carry the speed a bit more through turn 3, and it did work, but it did also mean that he opened the door to Rio Pocock to pull alongside, and so that will be a scary sight that he's not going to want to replicate. Still though, these drivers fighting it out, and Cal Vieira has only one more lap, or one and maybe a quarter laps to go to hold on to position, and they will come over and take the proverbial white flag now, as they are going to come up to the line for the penultimate time, and they will once again be fighting into turn 1. This time it's not Senna on Vieira, it's Pocock on Senna, and he's not quite got his way through, so not quite able to take that position in the early stages of the day. Looking to the outside are 4 of the 5 drivers in this fight. The only one not still in the race lead. That will be Cal Vieira, who holds station and will continue to lie in position. There might be the best opportunity for Hugo Senna that he's had throughout the entire race, but unfortunately for him, he has not had a clear enough opportunity at any point throughout this race to pull alongside or ahead. So Cal Vieira is going to come across the line to take a hard-earned victory, a hard-fought win in this Micro Max Cadet group. And in fact, it's now on to the final lap of this race. So I've been proven wrong. That was the penultimate. And now there's one more opportunity for Hugo Senna. He looks to the outside in turn 4, but can't quite see that gap through. Rio Pocock on the 666 as well, ready to pounce at any available opportunity. This has been a great 5-car battle, but what has been the defining factor in it is that Cal Vieira has been the quickest of the lot, has placed that kart in all the right places on that racetrack, and he comes around the final corner. He will take the victory. This time it will actually be the checkered flag that he will be taking out there in the Micro Max Cadet Heat 1. He takes the win ahead of Hugo Senna. Rio Pocock rounds out the podium, and Tommy Lovejoy takes P4. Leo Hunt rounds out that group in P5. And what a fight that was between all of those drivers. They're going to be breathing sighs of relief that the race is over, especially Cal Vieira, who took the victory in that one. He'll be breathing the biggest sigh of relief of all as he stays right at the top. Just to run you through even the rest of that order, Ezra Robinson Matthews, AJ Halil, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, Lawrence Mee, Otley Simpson, and Aurelio Capalonga. Next up out there on the road is going to be the Inter Rotax 950 Heat 1, and it's going to be a decently big field. 10 cars once again, so the cropping is going to be absolutely perfect. And it's going to be all to speak about as we head through this race. We have on this grid. Rio Panayiotou in first place in 29. Charlie Heifer on the 16. TJ McLeish 74. Finley Thompson 38. Ruby Woodcock 84. Aurelia Simpson 91. And Oscar Yergley 303. Ronnie Griffin 88. Ariane Isan 112. George Mee number 2 as well. Hopefully we'll get a better start, a cleaner start than we did in the previous one. And then we can get back ahead of schedule and we can get ready to go racing. These carts just rolling up to the line and we will get ourselves underway very, very shortly indeed. It is going to be green flag racing for those carts out there on the road right now, and they are going to be heading through turn number 1 with our race leader being the number 16 of Charlie Heifer. Rio Panayiotou having a look but having a wobble, and there's contact. The 74 goes around. TJ McLeish, unfortunately from 4th in the grid, is going to drop down after going to the back of Rio Panayiotou. Philly Thompson involved in there as well, and he's going to be holding on to position. We do have our new race leader. It's not going to be Charlie Heifer anymore. We are going to have a look at who that's going to be as they head down towards turn number 1. Who's that going to be? It's going to be the number 38. Finley Thompson takes the lead of this race. And, well, it's going to be a very good start from 38 overall. But Charlie Heifer takes the victory into turn number 1 or takes the lead even into turn number 1. Don't get excited just yet. It's not the end of the race, and that will be a good fight back from him. Claims that TJ McLeish is in the lead of this race. Not quite so sure about that one. The 29 trying to go through as we have slowed down. Big bit of contact as I don't think that George Mee saw that we'd slowed down. It was a full start. We're going again. And we're getting ourselves going once again. We're going to get another race underway for this Rotax into Rotax 950 class, and they're going to be going again, being told to slow down before they get themselves underway. Here we go. Hopefully, we're going to get a good start. Hopefully, we're going to get ourselves underway, and we are going to be going to green flag racing here for the Inter-Rotax 950 heat number 1. It'll be Charlie Heffer to lead the way into the first corner. Rio Paniotto ready to challenge for that position. But through all of that, it's going to be the number 29. It'll be Paniotto to lead the way. Is there going to be a move for Charlie Heffer? Not quite. The 38 not quite had as good of a start as he did on the first go around as well. Thompson and McLeish fighting for third place. TJ McLeish looking for the outside, but not quite able to go through just yet is the 74. So staying back in position and staying back ready to go for the fight for the podium. It is a long track because 6 minutes and 30 might not feel like a long trek, but around this circuit that's going to be around 9 laps. So still plenty of opportunities, still plenty of overtakes able to be made. And that's going to be a very good start for Rio Paniotto, but there may well be pressure from Charlie Heffer through the first corner. No doing just yet, just staying, waiting in behind and staying right behind the 29 right now, staring at that number. Well, I hope he's not actually staring at the number. I hope he's actually staring at the position ahead and trying to work out how he's going to make his way through. But either way, Rio Paniotto is going to lead this way onto the next lap of this race, lap number 3, and his best lap was a 37.2. Is he going to beat that this time around? The answer is yes. He's going to get a 36.720, a 36.798 for Charlie Heffer as well, and then Finley Thompson in third place. He's going to get a 36. TJ McLeish actually is going to be quicker, and he's going to look to the inside. There's a bit of contact between the two, and that's not going to be ideal at all for either of them. Furious is TJ McLeish. He sent that one to the inside, and he is going to be the one who loses out the most from all of that. Can't get that kart going, it appears. It's rolling. It is rolling. But it's going to get stopped now, right in the middle of the track. Furious once again communicating with somebody watching on in the stands. Our leader still, though, is going to be Rio Paniotto. The fastest lap last time around is going to be Charlie Heffer. They need to get that 74 going. He's going once again. The top two have now a gap of 3.6 seconds after that contact between third and fourth place, and that means that up promoted into third place is going to be Ruby Alcott ahead of Aurelia Simpson. And there's going to be a little bit of a gap between those two. There's about a second of a gap between Alcott, who set her personal best last time out, and Simpson in behind as well. Side by side, further back as Ronnie Griffin looks for a move on Ian Esam, but can't quite make it stick and stays in behind, waiting and watching. Paniotto will lead onto the fourth lap of this race and will set the fastest lap just 0.014 ahead of Paniotto. And, or 0.014 ahead of Heffer even in terms of the lap times. It's a personal best from Aurelia Simpson, which gives her the chance to catch up and maybe, just maybe, gives her the chance to overtake Ruby Alcott. The gap has come down by 5/10 of a second to just the 4, so the fight for the podium might well be on in the late stages of this one. Oscar Jürgle is 5th place right now, the 303 ready to go for a fight, but just behind him there is going to be a fight going on as Arian Essa and Ronnie Griffin go for part 2. And it will be Ronnie Griffin to take the win in that one this time around. That's for 6th place, but a contact warning for a few of the drivers in this race. It's Finley Thompson and TJ McLeish. Of course, Finley Thompson on that first start, TJ McLeish on the second, and then Ronnie Griffin has gotten himself a warning for that contact that was just made. The 88, though, getting up into the 6th place ahead of Finley Thompson, who has just climbed the spot. He's trying to regain where he was around on the podium, but not quite able to do so just yet. He's back up in 7th place, though, as he's passed SM and passed me, so his chase is very much on. The next driver on his tick list is going to be Ronnie Griffin, and he looks to the inside. Griffin goes around, not sure if there was contact between those two riders, but Griffin felt as though there was a little bit of aggravation there, and he felt as though that was a gamble place to make a move. It certainly was. That temporary part of the section, that temporary part of the lap is going to be a difficult one to make a move in at the best of times, especially when you're getting that little bit desperate to make that move. And that is exactly what we've seen. That was a desperation attempt there that did not pay off. The 91 of Aurelia Simpson now closer and closer to the back of Ruby Alcott, but after a fastest lap last time around, or a personal fastest from the 84, she stays ahead. And Rio Paniotto and Charlie Heffer, they're going to be split by 4/10 of a second. That gap between them last time around came down by 0.014. On this occasion, with just the 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, it's going to go up by 400. So they are very closely locked in battle at the moment, and they are going to keep them fighting it out right now. And 0.35 per second between Paniotto and Heffer. And then there's going to be 6 seconds between Heffer and Ruby Alcock. So it's very much a fight for first and second. And then a fight for third and fourth right now. Although Oscar Jurgelek is going to be pushed on by Billy Thompson. Both of those wanting to make their way into the challenge for the top 3 spots on this grid. And, well, Jurgelek's 1.3 behind. And Thompson was 1.3 behind Jurgelek, but gained by 5 tenths on the previous lap time. So that is going to be an opportunity that's going to go begging. 1/10 of a second gain by Aurelian Simpson last time around, but Ruby Alcock has been consistently just that teeny little bit faster to open up that gap and to stay ahead for now. You can see, though, Jurgelek and Billy Thompson are closing in on the back of those two. So I think it's going to be very close to the end of this race. They need to keep that consistency up, and hopefully they'll be able to stay ahead for their sake, so they can duke it out between themselves for that race podium. Paniotto 4 tenths ahead last time around. This time the gap is going to be just under 3 tenths of a second. So Charlie Heffer with a 36.711 is going to be a tenth ahead of Paniotto in terms of the time. He's going to be 3 tenths behind in terms of position on the track, and he's trying to find every available opportunity. He's pushing through turn 4, especially with a very alternate line to what he could have done. Maybe a move starting to be on for the 38 and the 303. So some contact warning for George. Me out there on the road. Not me, it's going to be George who gets that contact out there on the road. 9th place for him for now as he drops down behind Ronnie Griffin, who gains up to 8. Paniotto leading on to the next lap as well. And it will be, I think, it's not penultimate, it's one before that. I think we've got 3 more laps to go in this race. I think there's going to be about 10 more seconds when he crosses the line next time around. He's got Charlie Heffer for company. Billy Thompson has made his way through on Oscar Jurgelek, and that's going to be a gap that you'd imagine is going to come down in the final few laps. And the 38 now has clear air ahead of him to try to catch up to that rightful podium position that he held earlier on. Jurgelek dropping down to 6th, but a decent position for him. TJ McLeish has gained a place as well. That will be on the number 2 of George Mee. Billy Thompson now 1.5 last time around on Aurelian Simpson, but with 3 laps to go, this may well be the chance for Thompson. This may well be a great chance for him with just that 1 extra lap. If there was 2 laps to go in this race, I'd say that it was going to be Alcock and Simpson. However, there's 3. So I think Billy Thompson has a chance, and Simpson's dropped off the back of Alcock last time around, which gives the chance for the 38 to get involved in the battle. 1.3 seconds between Alcock and Simpson, and Billy Thompson was 3 tenths quicker than the other 2, so it's really chasing in at the moment. But I think that might be just enough of a gap for Ruby Alcock to stay in position. The last lap underway, and it's going to be taken to it by the fastest lap from Rio Paniotto with a 36.610 on his time. That's a very good lap indeed. Charlie Heffer in 2nd place, not going to be able to keep up with that personal best from Ruby Alcock at a time that she very much needed it. And that is going to be the definition of somebody who's going to hold on to the podium place, I believe. The 38, though, has caught up to the back of the 91, but has not been able to make his way through just yet. Where is he going to see a chance on Simpson? Is he going to be through down towards turn number 5? No. I think that's the last real overtaking opportunity, unless he wants to gamble one into the final corner. Really staying close to the back, bump drafting the 91, but there is going to be a victory, and it is going to go the way of Rio Paniotto with a great race for himself. Charlie Heffer, 2nd place. Ruby Alcock will come home in 3rd, and it's going to be a photo finish for 4th place. Aurelia Simpson and Billy Thompson, and Aurelia holds on 0.066 for the 91 to take that 4th place away. And what a lap she found right at the end, just to hold on to it. What a bit of pace she found out of the final corner, just to hold position, and that is going to be that for your Inter-Rotax 950s. A good fight for 1st place. Charlie Heffer not quite quick enough. Ruby Alcock and Aurelia Simpson looked like they were going to fight for 3rd and 4th place after TJ McLeish and Billy Thompson came to contact. Thompson was ready to fight his way back up. 1 more lap, he'd have had Simpson. Maybe even just a couple of kilometres extra, or even a couple of metres extra, and he would have been able to find his way through on Simpson, as it were, 0.066. Which leaves the order as thus. Rio Paniotto leading the way with Charlie Heffer in 2nd place, Ruby Alcock in 3rd, and Aurelia Simpson in 4th. Billy Thompson in 5th place, and Oscar Jurgelek dropping off the back of Thompson at the end in 6th. Ariane Essan in 7th, and Ronnie Griffin in 8th. TJ McLeish in 9th, and George Mee rounding out the 10 cars in the Inter-Rotax 950 Heat 1. They will be back out later. But now it's time for the Junior Rotax Max. our biggest grid so far here today. It's going to be the 17 drivers out there for the Junior Road Tax Max Heat number 1, and it will be Tigran Gregorian in the 377, Ayrton Ray in the 118, Vinnie Cunningham in the 42, Harvey Watts in the 90, Harry Such in the 404, Nishan Marshall in the 115, Ender Jones on the 43, Mason O'Connor 24, Niccolo Pozzi 49, Roman Curtis 16, Declan Perez 11, Finley Reed 141, Mia Minot 73, Lyle Miller 35, Tudor Gianta 22, Zuzana Mikulovska 333, and Felix Jolly 1-2, as we are going to go once again. So Felix Jolly the 12, by the way, not the 1-2, because that is a number that exists, and 1-2 is a number that's not. It doesn't. I know English. We're going to get ourselves going once again, why don't we, for the next race of the day. 7 minutes plus 1 lap out there at the moment. We will see what will happen as the green flag is not going to be waved. We're going to get a full start once again, I think, although I'm not sure. Yeah, we are going to get a full start once again, so the drivers are going to get themselves going, ready to go racing once again. Third time lucky. Well, third time lucky once again, and green flag racing ready to get underway. And here we go for our Rotax Max Heat 1 in the junior class. Who's going to lead into the first corner? Of course, it's going to be the 37, the 377 even, who took that pole position. Tigran Gregorian holds position. There's lots of movers and shakers in the back as the 35 trying to go for a move around the outside. Lyle Miller giving it a go, and off of the road is going to go Declan Perez. Not ideal for him, and he drops down to the back of the field, but can't go any further back than Zuzana Mikulovska, both not having the greatest of starts to their races. And at the end of the first lap, it's going to be Tigran Gregorian who's going to lead the way. Ayrton Ray won't have second place. He'll drop down 3 spots, or 2 spots even, from where he started in second place. So not an ideal start for him. The 42 of Vinnie Cunningham ready to go for a fight in that second place. But there's a bit too much of a gap for him to be able to make his way up. Harvey Watts as well, ready to go racing. He is in the 30 right now and ready to make that move further up to, or the 90 even, ready to make that move further up and try to fight with Vinnie Cunningham for that P2. No movers, no shakers on the second lap of this race, but fast as that for Tigran Gregorian is going to be exactly what he needs. In fact, there is 1 mover and shaker, 2 movers and shakers. Finley Reed makes his way past Mason O'Connor, and Felix Jolly makes his way past Declan Perez. That's 10th and 15th place being scrapped over right now, and those are the 2 positions that were made up, and the 2 swaps that did happen out there on the road. But Gregorian has a big lead at the front of this group right now, and they're going to keep trying to fight it out and catch back up to Gregorian, who really seems to be the benchmark so far in this race. 1 second was the gap last time around. This time it's going to be a simple gap of 1.2. So he's caught up and he's managed to set that fastest lap as Gregorian, 35.353. For those of you who like symmetry, that's a perfect lap. And he's managed to make his way into that gap of 1.2, so a bit more of a buffer. Harvey Watts is going to be 0.182 off the back of Cunningham. Ayrton Ray, 0.183, so only 1,000th of a difference between those drivers. It may well go down to whatever the next measurement is of half a thousand. Is it millions? Either way, that's going to be what they're going to be measured down by. And as they head on to the next lap, it's closer for Ray. It's further away for Watts. So now the 119, or the 118, even ready to challenge for that podium spot. It's going to get very close. The 404 is going to have a look as well, but neither of them going to go for the move. Neither of them going to have a look. The 11 had a look at the back of the 22 as Declan Perez wants to make that place off of Tudor Gianta and climb his way back up to a higher spot than he was in before. And in the meantime, Mia Minot through on Mason O'Connor. That'll be for 11th place, so just outside the top 10, ready to fight her way up. They head on to the next lap, and Harry Search is pushing now, searching for an opportunity. You'll hear that about 4 or 5 times today. Searching for an opportunity, searching for a chance to get through on Ayrton Ray. No move doing just yet, and there's a brief look to the inside, but not quite able to get through. You can see how much these carts are pushing. The 49 of Nicola Pozzi and Roman Curtis in the 16, both pretty much sideways as they headed into turn number 4. And that is going to be a really interesting one to keep an eye on, because they are pushing, but they are not quite up at the top. So what could happen is they get caught up in the bare pack or the mid pack, and then that could cause them all sorts of issues. Personal best, Vinnie Cunningham, Harvey Watson, Perez and Ray last time around. Not the same for Harry Search, but he already had one of the best. In terms of lap times, contact between Search and Ayrton Ray. And Ray, thankfully, okay, ready to go again. But that was a big shunt between those two drivers. And that will be Ayrton Ray, ready to get going again, further down the order than he was at the start of the lap. So very much not ideal. I think he's lost 2 places. I think he lost 1 to Search and 1 to Marshall as well. Maybe even dropped down behind Edward Jones in that 7th place and dropping down to being right in there. We'll have a look to see where he does drop down to, and it is indeed 7th place. And Nicola Pozzi back within range of that top 7 group, so making it a bigger group for now. The 404 having a look on the inside, the 115 also having a look on the inside of the 404, but deciding to back out, and that's going to lose him a bit of time. The 43 ready to chase it behind it. Also, in the meantime, Ayrton Ray ready to go for it once again. There's contact just a little bit between Ray and Jones as he wants to make that position back up, but no dice just yet. 2 minutes left in this race, and Tigran Gregorian just setting faster and faster lap time. 34.974 for him. And Vinnie Cunningham with his personal best, Ayrton Ray with his personal best as well, as he jumps past Edward Jones and starts to regain those places. He's up into 6th. He may well be up into 5th at some point soon, but Jones does want to fight him back. Jones does want to give it a go, but no doing, no move just yet for him. 2nd place is the most hotly contested position out there on the track at the moment. 3rd place even is the most hotly contested position out there on the track, as Harvey Watts and Harry Search split by 0.069. Nice, as Harvey Watts is now 1.3 off the back of Vinnie Cunningham for that 2nd place. So not quite as hotly contested as I said, but that's because the fight further back is the one that I have my eye on firmly right now. 3.4 though, the gap between the 1st and 2nd places. 404 once again has a look for the move. And there is going to be a move further back, massively sent from Finley Reed. Is he able to get that position? Yes, he is the answer to that question. Through on the number 16 of Roman Curtis. And that is going to be a big send that now puts him within range of Niccolo Pozzi. Now puts him within range of the top 8 positions. And that's going to be exactly what he wants to see. Maybe a move for Harry Search at the back of Harvey Watts once again. With 1 minute left in this session, you don't feel as though that's going to be something that's going to happen anytime soon. Personal best of 5 carts out there on the road as Vinnie Reed, of course, as I said, made his way through on Roman Curtis and Tudor Gianta, gave the place of Ryan Miller. And actually the 6th personal best is Gianza. I believe that's Minot, indeed it is. And then you've got Jones, Ray, Marshall, and Vinnie Cunningham as well, with the fastest lap thrown in from Tigran Gregorian to prove me wrong and make it 7 fastest laps last time around. The last lap of this race is going to get underway, and the 377 is going to be in the lead by 4.2 seconds. That is exactly the gap that he wants to build up at the start of the race. It's been a perfect storm for Tigran, as he will now come to the end and most likely take the victory. He's got a few more corners to go, and if he avoids any mistakes, he will take the win, and I think he's going to be able to. Contact warning for Susanna Mikulovska, who's going to be in 17th place behind Felix Jolly, but we will have the final few corners. Beckoning for Tigran Grigorian, who's going to head his way onto the penultimate lap. Timer ticks down just as he crosses the first line, so it will be the last lap, and he sets the fastest lap in 34.948. A mark of consistency from that number 377 is really incredible to see. Harvey Search and Harry Watts ready to go for a fight, and the 404 looking for the outside, cut off pretty easily by Watts. Is there going to be a move down towards turn 5? He looks for it, he finds it. Harvey Search, Harry Search even finally finds his way through on. Cars out there for our senior road tax max this time around. It will be the 18 of Ryan Welsh, the 47 of Anthony Parker, the 11 of Taylor Jarrett, the 22 of Mikhail Islam, the 78 of Marius Smith, the 66 of Lewis Joyner, the 230 of Antonio Sholin, the 14 of Chloe Kunyasic, the 132 of Ollie Mann, the Carson Fernandez in the 447, and Alex Cooper in 77, ready to get this race underway. And they're going to run down towards turn 1. It will be Ryan Welch to lead the way, but it will be a better start for the man alongside him on the front row, Anthony Parfitt, who may well lead into the first corner. But no, it will be Welch to take that spot. And what would be in motorbike racing, a whole shotters looking to the outside goes Anthony Parfitt, not quite able to do so just yet. Lewis Joyner loses a little bit of time, and he might be losing position to Ollie Mann, who's had a sensational start. Couple of side-by-side moments, the 47 and the 11, Anthony Parfitt and Taylor Jarrett were side-by-side, but in the end, that's going to be all sorted out. And whilst I've taken my eye off the race lead, it has switched around. Our new race leader will be Taylor Jarrett in the 11th, second place for Anthony Parfitt with the 47, and then third place for Ryan Welch, fourth for Mikhail Islam, then fifth for Marius Smith, sixth for Ollie Mann, seventh for Lewis Joyner, then Fernandez, Cooper, Kunyasic and Sholin to round out the order. 2 places gained for Mann, for Fernandez and for Cooper at the start of the race, as well as, of course, Taylor Jarrett, who leads this one onto what will be lap number 2, and maybe even lead on to lap number 3 as well. It is certainly a very good start for him indeed, so something that he can capitalise upon and just continue to run away with at the moment. Fastest lap though for Anthony Parfitt in behind, so might be an opportunity for the 47 to make its way through and take that race victory, but he has been a little bit sluggish out of turn number 4, and down the inside goes our pole man Ryan Welch, ready to get back up and racing for the lead, and he's going to get through on Parfitt. He's also had a contact warning whilst out there as well. Not sure if that is related or unrelated to that move that he's just made. I believe it's unrelated because I think it flashed up just before he made that move, but he has gotten back up into second place. Parfitt drops down to third
and it's the fastest lap for Ryan Welsh, unsurprisingly, as at the moment it appears to be that Welsh and Parfit are the two fastest karts out there on the road, and it was just down to the good start from Taylor Jarrett that means that he's able to stay in position up ahead. It says a little bit of a move. The 66 of Lewis Joyner tried to go for one on Ollie Mann. Couldn't quite find his way through it. Got very close contact between them as neither of them wanted to back out. Eventually, it was just down to who had a worse exit out of turn 4. And that will be the opportunity for him to go for the move, but they have backed out, and so he's not going to make that move in the end. Fastest lap once again for Ryan Welsh, but a personal best from Taylor Jarrett and a personal best from Anthony Parfit as well, means that they're all really pushing each other on. Even Mikhail Islam is able to keep up with the pace of those karts at the top, and well, it will be Mario Smith just behind trying to cling onto the coattails of the top 4 at the moment. Slightly slower last time around, but he has been consistently in and around that pace, so it may well be for him an opportunity to stay within range and stay in contention potentially for that race win. But that is a very, very good lap indeed from Ryan Welsh, the 34, almost a 34.4 flat. And he's going to come across the line once again to start his next lap. They've all set their personal best once again of the top 3 as Lewis Joyner and Carson Fernandez have gained places on Ollie Mann. But that will be fastest lap once again from Ryan Welsh. A 34.2. A 34.287 from Welsh to take him up to the race lead, and well, Taylor Jarrett and Anthony Parfit into the 0.3s and 0.4s respectively. So that is going to be the advantage handed to the karter in second place now to Welsh as it stands, and he's going to give it a go to fight it out, to duke it out for this race lead as they continue on to the next lap, and it's personal best from Anthony Parfit, who gets himself ready to be in contention for position once again, and well, this will be a very interesting one indeed. Welsh did actually get down into the 33s in his qualifying lap time, so there's still a bit of time out there, and in fact, Anthony Parfit and Taylor Jarrett weren't too far off of it, nor was Mikhail Islam or Lewis Joyner. It was a very close qualifying session with Mario Smith and Antonio Sholin, both within a tenth of each other, both just outside a tenth behind Lewis Joyner in 5th place, who's half a tenth off the back of Mikhail Islam, who's 300ths off the back of Taylor Jarrett, who's a tenth off the back of Anthony Parfit, who's a tenth off the back of our pole man, Ryan Welsh, who has now taken the race lead ahead of Taylor Jarrett. At 3rd place will be Anthony Parfit, who was 2nd place in qualifying. If he can make his way through on Jarrett, then that will now mean that they are back in the positions that they were able to qualify in. And he's going to have a look out on the exit of turn 5. That will be a good move from the 47. Just waited for that mistake, and exactly what he wanted was exactly what he got as well. Moving up a place, Ryan Welsh is going to be in the lead of it. And now we have a new 2nd place who will try to carry that momentum into the race lead, but no doing just yet. 4th and 5th, they've now broken a little bit free of the top 3, unfortunately, but that does mean that they're going to be able to be in a really aggressive fight with each other. Islam and Smith at the moment. Islam holding station, Smith just behind. Lewis Joyner trying to invite himself to the party. A personal best from Anthony Parfit, 3,000ths slower than Ryan Welsh last time around, who set the fastest lap of the race. So both pushing each other onto high limits. Taylor Jarrett may well have just found his match and found his limit in terms of the pace out there on the circuit, but you never quite know, because anything could happen. Wow, a 34.0 from Ryan Welsh, almost up there with his pole time. In fact, I think that would have given him 2nd place in qualifying. Indeed, it would. So that is a 1-2 from Ryan Welsh. And then 3rd place, or 2nd place in the race, will be Anthony Parfit, who sets his personal best his personal best lap of 34.195, his personal best in the race at least, for the 47, as he tries to break free of Taylor Jarrett, who seems to be peaking out at that 34.3 margin, whereas Parfit and Welsh are finding 2 or 3 tenths on the 11 at the moment. Across the line once again, fastest lap for Parfit this time, so closing in on the back of Ryan Welsh, ready to try to take every opportunity to climb up and gain that place, and the 18 at the moment staying in that lead, but Parfit getting closer and closer, and Jarrett dropping off of the back of Parfit, which means this is going to turn into a 2-horse race for the race victory. And this is going to be interesting indeed to watch them duke it out. And, well, 48 seconds left to go in this race. There's not much time left. Time has flown by. And it will be Welsh to take us on to the final lap, or the final 2 laps even of this race. May well even be 3. It's going to be close out there on the road. And, well, there was about 40 seconds as they crossed the line, so I think we may well be having 2 more laps of racing out there on the circuit. And Welsh leads Parfit, neither of them getting particularly quick last time around. Jarrett also not able to get particularly quick with them, and so stays in behind. Chloe Kunyasic, in the meantime, I've kept my eyes and attention on the fight at the top for a while, but now she's ready to go for a move on Alex Cooper, looking to the inside, no doing just yet on the back of the 77. And now we head on to, we'll get the final few seconds. Are we going to get 2 more laps? Yes, we indeed will. Ryan Welsh across the line with 6 seconds to go, which means we've got 2 more laps of racing out here on the circuit, and it's going to be about 3/10 of a gap between our top 2 racers. Welsh and Parker for now, the 11 or the 18 even leading the 47. It was at one point Taylor Jarrett in the 11 that was leading the way, but no doing just yet, and looks as though he's in his own land in 3rd place. 4th and 5th being scrapped over by Mikael Islam and Marius Smith at the moment, as around the final couple of corners is going to come Ryan Welsh to take us on to the final lap with Anthony Parfitt in 2nd place. The gap between them last time around is going to be 0.329, so Parfitt has gained slightly. Is it going to be enough for him to gain up a place? I don't think so quite yet. Is there going to be any final opportunities for the 47 to make the move? I think if there is going to be a chance, it's going to be another photo finish. But he's got to set himself up well for it, and I just don't think he's got that source to get close, to gain, to catch up, and to make his way into that race lead. So after all of that, Ryan Welsh, who dropped down from pole at the start of the race, has regained it and will take the race victory here in the Senior Road Tax Max Heat 1. 47 of Anthony Parfitt in 2nd place, and Taylor Jarrett all by himself in 3rd, with Mikael Islam and Marius Smith, split by not much. Lewis joined tried to get himself in that fight as well. But that's going to be it. Rounding out the order, Fernandez, Man, Cooper, Kunyasic, and Sholin, as Kunyasic couldn't quite make his way through, hit her way even through on Cooper on the last lap. So unfortunately, at the end of all of that, that will be 10th place for her, but still 10th place, not too terrible. With 11 carts on this circuit, that means that it's a top 10 finish. Our next race ready to get underway, and we are going to be having our 177 Road Tax Max out there on the road. It's going to be our final of the race 1s before we head to the race 2s, and then after that will be the double points finals, which we're all the double points opportunities for these drivers. It will be the double points finals. I don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah, it's going to be interesting indeed to watch these drivers out there. And they're just going to roll up to the final couple of corners. It will be Cal Miller, 34, Adam Sadler, 67, Jack Taylor, 99, Dan Wright, 9, Jake Bradfield, 15, Wayne Smith, 183, Adam Clark, 81, Tom Thompson, 32, Hugo Pereira, 10, Rob Church, 21, Drew Lamass, 543, Stephen Kahn, 28, James Benson, 83, and Jonathan Militello, 122, as the action is going to get underway. And we are green flag racing here for the final of the first heat of the day, and our leader out of the end of it will be the 34 of Cal Miller, ahead of the 67 of Adam Sadler. So Jack Taylor dropping down at the very start of this race, and he's dropping like a stone, in fact, not down. I think he's actually down in 7th place, is our 2nd place on the grid, Carter, so not ideal at all, and a contact warning for him. That may well be related to the issues that he is seeing. A contact warning for Tom Thompson as well as we end off the first lap with Cal Miller. Will lead the way ahead of Adam Sadler, third place for Wayne Smithers, who claims a place on, well, actually claims 2 places, one on Dan Wright, another one on Jack Taylor, of course, who dropped down to start. Jake Bradfield also gaining 2 places, Dan Wright dropping 1, and then Adam Clark gaining up a spot. Then Tom Thompson, Hugo Ferrero, and now Drew Lemass, who gained on a place on Rob Church, rounds out the top 10 of this field for now. As a 35.5 is Cal Miller's first lap time and first attempt at setting a time at 4/10 ahead of Adam Sadler, and we'll be having a look to see if he can break that gap and make it even bigger on the next one. I've no doubt he's able to. It's going to be a 10th quicker as the fastest lap goes to Dan Wright in the mid-pack, so it might well get bottlenecked up, and he may well be ready to fight up further on in the race. It's actually a decent gap between himself and the 81 of Adam Clark, and Jack Taylor losing more places. Something going wrong there for the 99. He's going to be frustrated naturally, as you would be, to drop down all those positions and just not have the pace that you seem to have earlier on. Dropping down once again, a contact warning for himself and a contact warning as well for Rob Church. So a couple of the riders out there, a couple of the drivers even with slaps on the wrist that they're going to try to get over and get on through with. As we'll get confirmation of the 99 and the 21. Contact warning, Jack Taylor through on Hugo Ferrero once again into 8th place. And the fastest lap of the race going the way of Cal Miller. So happy days for Adam Sadler. The 67 in second place, 7/10 off the back of the battery for the second, pretty much exactly. So he's not going to be able to gain any time soon. And Wayne Smithers in 3rd place. He could be closer to Sadler than Sadler is to Miller. And Jake Bradfield the same on Smithers. And then Dan Wright the same on Bradfield. So may well be moved soon. But of course, the fastest lap and first lap was set by Dan Wright. So shows that all of these cars in this pack have pace. And the number 9 at the back of them does not quite have the pace of all of them, but it certainly has very quick pace indeed. Cal Miller once again into the 35.0s, the only car out there on the circuit to get into the 35.0s. So for him, it's going to be an uphill battle to try to build this gap up. He's done so to about 8, to the tune of about 8/10 of a second, and that's exactly where he would want to be sitting right now. As Jake Bradfield gained on Wayne Smith's last lap, that was the only one in the top 5 to have gained places or gained time on everybody else. On that last lap, Drew Lemass as well has been able to gain with Hugo Ferrero ready to go for the fight for the top 9. Tom Thompson, the second driver in this race, to become his second contact warning, and that is going to be not ideal for him at all as he runs in 7th place right now. And the top few gaining on each other. Jake Bradfield and Dan Wright gaining on Smithers, and Wright gaining on Bradfield as well. So might be a move in the top 5 for those top 5 positions, and will be for the lower spots in the top 5 positions, you would imagine. But hey, you never quite know what could happen with these drivers as they duke it out for the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Time has flown by. We've got half of the time we've gone, half of the time is still to go. Miller onto the next lap with Adam Sadler almost getting to within that fastest lap. He was only off by 0.015 in the end, so not necessarily too far off indeed. And Tom Thompson is going to be under investigation now as Rob Church becomes the latest driver with a contact warning. Hopefully all is okay for Tom Thompson as that investigation can go to put a dampener on his spirit. So far running in 6th place, making his way through Adam Clark, and that may well be a move that he's under investigation for. It may well have been a move that didn't necessarily go too well for him. And so he's going to have to make it all up for the rest of the race and have to be a really good driver for the rest of the race and make sure that nothing goes wrong for him. And the 183 at the moment, defending ahead of the 15, Jake Bradfield getting very close to the back of our podium sitter at the moment, Wayne Smithers, who currently sits at the bottom, set the podium. If the 15 does not make its way through, the number 9 will give it a go to try to chance it and jump through as well. And this is going to be a really, really good opportunity for the number 9 to try to make his way through and try to jump his way up into up ahead of the 15. So yeah, really good fighting out there right now. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, and it only feels as though it's a matter of time before there's going to be a move out there on the circuit. And at the moment, there may well be one from 15 down the inside on the 183. So Wayne Smith is under pressure and has dropped that place. The number 9 Wright sitting in behind, and Dan Wright is going to watch and wait, but not going to make that place just yet. The other 2 just swapping around, and he's going to let them have that opportunity to swap round. Cal Miller about 6/10 ahead of Adam Sadler, who did gain on that previous lap, so It's going to have to be pressure to the end from Miller. It's going to have to be pressure on the end to the end from Sadler on Miller to try to close that gap. And he has closed it very minimally on that previous time. It's going to be a 35-0 for Miller and a 35-0 for Sadler as well. So getting very tense, getting very tentative at the end of this race. They all get that little bit more nervous. Everything gets a little bit more tightened up out there. And, well, this is going to be 1 minute 26 for these drivers. And, well, the gap between Bradfield and Smith is at the moment the closest on track. Actually, the gap between Church and Stephen Kahn further back, the closest on track. But no move has been made between those two drivers within the last couple of laps. A minute and 10 then on the clock, and we will be crowning our victors, our final victors in the race ones of the day, but not quite doing so just yet. No moves on the previous lap time. Rob Church stays close to the back of Stephen Kahn for now, and we may well be seeing as well a very close fight between the top two in the final couple of laps of this race as Adam Sadler set the fastest lap last time around. A promising sign for him, but a scary sign for Cal Miller, as he is going to be dropping maybe a place from further up in the order. And he will want to be taking that victory, of course, onto the next lap then. And Sadler is faster once again. He's within 3/10 of this race lead. Is there going to be an opportunity some point soon for Adam Sadler to take the lead and therefore go on to take the victory? They're coming up to the back of Jonathan Militello. Hopefully the lap traffic will not have effect on this race. The time will tick down. We will have one more lap in just a few moments' time. But for now, it's going to get very, very tight indeed between those drivers at the top of the order. It has been hard work out there for our second place man of Adam Sadler, but that hard work may well pay off. He's got one more lap to try to prove that he is the better of the two, to try to prove that he deserves to be sitting right up there at the top of the order. And the 67 is going to try to take every single opportunity to make his way through and to jump his way up in the order. The 34 at the moment leading these two drivers and leading his way through, as the overtaking opportunities are going to run out. I think they may well get the chance to go alongside each other up to the line if there's a good enough exit from Sadler, if there's a poor enough exit from Miller. That's not the case. Cal Miller is going to come across the line. He will take the victory in the final race one of the day of the Rotax Max, or the 177 Rotax even class. Cal Miller wins, Sadler in second, and Jake Bradfield to round out the podium after pressure from Smithers, who he actually initially took the place off, and pressure as well from fifth place Dan Wright, who was quick but didn't quite take that advantage to jump up a place. Sits in place, sits in station, sits in fifth place right now. That's the end of our race ones. We'll be getting the race twos to you very shortly.
Good to be able to hear myself again. I won't tell you what the issue is, because it'll be embarrassing for me, but we are underway for our first Heat 2 of the afternoon. It's going to be River DeGiorgio Miller, Jojo Dobbs and Oliver Leck in this class. River DeGiorgio Miller won that first race pretty simply, in fact, and he's going to hope to do the same thing in this second of the day. But we'll wait and see as to whether he's going to be able to do that. He certainly had a good start to this one. Jojo Dobbs was about 5 tenths back by the time they crossed the beam, which was right at the very start of this race. So it's good to be able to hear myself on the circuit. Spent all day going, am I on, am I not? But either way, now it's on and we are going. The gap between River DeGiorgio Miller and Jojo Dobbs at the end of that last lap, 5.0 seconds. The gap between Leck and Dobbs is about 1.5, and that's similar to what it was at the end of the first lap last time around, so not out of the question at all that Leck can come back at Dobbs, but in these karts it's all about learning, it's all about gaining that experience, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're not necessarily going to be the quickest, they're not necessarily going to be right up there in these in this initial class, in the come up Bambinos, excuse me, but they will be very much looking for racing later on in their careers, as it were. They're just about getting started, and now it's all about learning the fundamentals of how to drive a car. I think that, for me, generally, the way that I would look at developing a kart driver is they would do the first couple of years or so in a class like this, and they're just getting themselves understanding the fundamentals of how to drive a kart and where they can find time. And, you know, maybe they might start off at the back of a class like this, but then they'll work their way forward, and gradually they'll just get quicker and quicker, and then they'll find themselves relatively ready to jump up to the next level. And that's where they can start learning about how to actually race side by side with another kart, where you've got more in, for example, we've got 10 in the next class up that's coming up in just a couple of moments' time, and you will be forced into turn one. The gap between the drivers will be a little bit smaller just due to the testament that you have more karts to contend with, and you have more karts to fight with. So I think that's going to be the crucial point for these drivers. By the way, at the moment, River DeGiorgio Miller absolutely flying. 47.6 last time around. 47.7 this time, so slacking a little bit. No, absolutely. His pace has been absolutely really, really good so far. And Jojo Dobbs has been getting 53s, a 54 from Oliver Leck. I think those two could be duking it out very, very soon in terms of the way that their development goes. It depends on how their off-season goes between of course, the Rye House Kart Club this year in 2026, and when they hopefully are on their way back in 2027. Those will be the key differences that they will try to find, and the key differences they will try to make up. And hey, you never know, by this time next year they could be competing with each other at the top of this class or at the top of the next class, or who really knows where they could end up. But they're certainly going to give themselves some time, and they are certainly pretty close together on the circuit. River DeGiorgio Miller, though, 17.1 seconds off, so to give the 28 his flowers has been absolutely sensational so far, and 3 minutes 42 left in this session, and it only feels as though he is the real contender for this race victory. It is not the only class we've got today, of course. It is the first of 7 races that we're going to have in Heat 2s here today. And, in Heat 1s, it was in the Cama Bambinos, of course, River to win by 43.7 seconds to Jojo Dobbs, and then Oliver Leck in third, who did not actually finish the end of the race, but he was classified third. Then the next class up, it was Callum Ryan, Freddie Williams and Brandon Latshow on the podium in the GX200 cadets. Then in the Micromax cadets, it was Cal Vieira ahead of Hugo Senna, just about with Rio Pocock ready to challenge both of them, and I'd imagine he's going to be doing the same thing into the next one. And then Rio Panayiotou against Charlie Heffer. Finley Thompson almost fighting back, but Aurelia Simpson in the end holding on to that third place in the 91. So well done from her, although in fact there was a couple of penalties applied late on in the day. Well, revealed got Oscar Yerglake and Ariane Essan, as well as George Meat, all picking those ones up. The Junior Road Tax Max Heat 1 was, as I try to get the page back up, just to remind me, the results in that one, it was Tigran Gregoria, who won by a convincing margin of 5.2 seconds ahead of Vinnie Cunningham in second place and Harvey Watson third. Nishal Marshall, Edward Jones running at the top 5, and penalties for Ayrton Ray, Finley Reed, Robin Curtis, Mia Minot, Declan Perez and Harry Search, who was actually disqualified from that session for non-compliance of some description. So not sure what exactly that would entail. Then the Senior Road Tax Max Heat. Heat 1, where Ryan Welsh won ahead of Michael Islam and Mario Smith after penalties for Taylor Jarrett and a disqualification for Anthony Parfit once again for non-compliance. So a couple of the casters out there just
being disqualified, which is not what we would like to see in any way, shape or form. That is going to be a big shame for them, but hopefully they can fight their way back in race 2 and kind of prove that they can do it with whatever they weren't compliant with. I'm sure they're going to get the opportunity, and they will be a bit more compliant into the next races of the day. And now that they know they've been caught out, they're going to have the highest scrutiny, so they will certainly be the absolutely most technically correct karts that you could have out there on the circuit. Possibly, I think it would have been a technical disqualification if it was anything for non-compliance, because it would be non-compliance with the regulations. So we'll see them back out there and hopefully with their karts fixed. There is going to be a bit of feedback at the track, Mike. I'm not quite sure why that is, but I'll try to keep troubleshooting throughout the course of the day. I am comfortable enough to tell everybody what happened to it. There is here in the commentary box. There is 2 things. There is a audio controller, which is what I was messing around with all morning trying to make work, and then there is a big box that is an amplifier that goes through. Guess what? The amplifiers around the circuit. Guess what I forgot existed, and guess what I forgot to turn on? Yep, the amplifier. So whilst I was commentating all morning, and whilst you could see all of the commentary that I did on the YouTube channel, there was nothing coming through the loudspeakers. That has changed now, thankfully, so we're going to have the rest of the day commentated live from the circuit for those at the circuit and those who are not at the circuit as well. We are onto the final stretch of this Come Bambino heat number 2, and River de Giorgio Miller looks as though he's going to go on to take the victory in this one. He may well come through and lap Dobbs and Leck, which would be an incredible achievement. He's going to be about 6 seconds quicker per lap than Dobbs and Leck actually was quicker last time around, so he has been able to close that gap to 1.3 seconds. River de Giorgio Miller, though, is looking as though he's more likely to lap them than be overtaken by them, and he's going to give it a go here to try to really attack this race late on. Will we see the opportunity for that move to be made right at the very end of the race? We are onto the final lap now. We will see as the time has elapsed. River de Giorgio Miller chasing through Jojo Dobbs. I'd say that's about 4 seconds, so I think he's going to catch up on this lap, and it would be an incredible achievement if he's able to come through and lap these drivers. All the other drivers in the classes. We can hear the engine boosting up for the next class to come. But there goes River Giorgio Miller through on the other karts in his class, and he looks as though he's going to take home a commanding victory. Here's the 28th. Final few quarters to go. In fact, I don't think he can actually be overtaken now, but we are hearing the karts start to gear up for the Honda GX200 Cadet Heat 2. But as we go, we are going to see River de Giorgio Miller win this one. Fine now.
Everyone's complaining down there. It's far too loud, so it's definitely everyone down there.
Yes, so it's been a weird one. I think that I'm going to try it again, but I think it just turns off. If it.
Well, we don't mind it turning off down there. We'd rather have it off.
Okay.
Please, sorry, because literally everyone on there, not going to keep everyone down there. Sorry.
That's fine. Get some audio fixes. Is that any better? I know it is rather loud, so I can hear it from the commentary box, but of course I can't hear it as loud as you can out there watching along. So I hope that's a little bit better for everybody. Certainly looks to be a little bit quieter on my end, so. I don't know, we'll see. Either way, that's going to be the end of the Come Bambino heat number 2, and we're going to move on to our second heat 2 of the day. This will be the Honda GX200 Cadet Heat, which of course last time around was won by Calviera in a good fight. I know that's Micromax's even. I've gotten a bit too far ahead of myself. It's Callum Ryan who took the victory in that one. Freddie Williams and Brandon Lacho joining him on the podium. Ollie's been agreed with a penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. That was the official reasoning. 5-second time penalty for the number 11. And so we dropped down from 5th to 6th place. Jack Gell in 4th, Dominic Ushak taking that 5th, and Jude Bout in 7th place, Jake Binney in 8th, and then Harry Green and Arlo Mead in that order as well. And well, we're going to see all of these drivers get ready to get going. Is it still too loud?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, totally fine.
It's like hearing the speaker's right there.
Yeah. I mean, I turned it down from a couple of seconds ago. I don't know if that did anything. No.
It's down a bit more. If that's all right.
That's fine.
It's literally the speaker's there, and it's like so loud.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to watch out from The van with the open rear right door.
That's me, it's silver one here. That's what the
Wonderful.
speaker is.
Thumbs up or down to tell me if it's any louder or quieter. Cheers. We're going to get ready though for the next race, and we're just going to still try to sort out the audio issues. Not quite sure what's going on with that one. It's too loud down where the start line is. I have turned it down a little bit more, so hopefully that's going to be a little bit better and I'll get my signal. But in the meantime, we're going to be getting ready to get going for our GX200 cadet race. And well, we will be seeing what these drivers are going to be able to do as they get ready to go racing. The lights go on and the action is going to get underway now. Who's going to take the lead into the first corner? I think that may well have been Callum Ryan in the 33 to lead into turn number 1. And indeed, it looks as though it's going to be as they head and they continue on with the 61 of Freddie Williams in second place and Brandon Lakshow in third. Jack Gell started in fourth place and is going to continue in that fourth place with Ollie Spooner-Green in fifth. And sixth place is now Jude Fouts, who's able to gain that place off of Dominic Ushak at the very start of that race. But at the end of lap number 1, it looks as though it's going to be Callum Ryan to take that lead. And we are going to see what they can do as they head throughout the rest of these 6-ish minutes. And we're just getting some fine-tuning done on the circuit, Mike. Is that good? Wonderful. We'll go with that one then. As Callum Ryan continues to lead the way in the meantime, I did think it was a little bit loud, but we're trying to get it tweaked so it's exactly right, because there's some parts of the circuit where it's really loud, some parts of the circuit can't hear it at all. Either way, we'll continue on watching this one. Callum Ryan leading the way, Freddie Williams in second, and Brandon Lakshow with the fastest lap for the first lap around, so should be in a good place to take a position maybe off of Freddie Williams. He's about 2 tenths back at the moment. Freddie Williams in that second spot and Callum Ryan leading the way. Is that going to be the same way as they head down towards turn number 1? It looks as though they're going to stay in position. Ollie Spooner-Green getting very close to the back of Jack Gell, and Jude Fouts has made his way past Dominic Ushak. That may well change soon as they were side by side into turn number 1. And we're going to get another side by side moment for fourth places. That will be Ollie Spooner-Green through on Jack Gell, side by side of Dominic Ushak through on Jude Fouts. And that is going to be a good move in the end for those two karts who have both made swaps on this lap. And that's going to be positions outside of the podium, which still are going to be very, very hotly contested throughout the course of this one. Ryan with the fastest lap last time out, of 39.627 for him and a 39.862 for Freddie Williams. What is it going to be as they cross the beam this time around? And the gap was increased to about 4.5 tenths. It's now almost 7 tenths of a second between Ryan and Williams first and second place. So that's going to be a really good opportunity for that 33 to maximise that. And there's a bit of daylight now between himself and second place, and they'll hope to continue to build up that gap. A little bit less daylight between the 88 and the 72, Dominic Ushak and Jude Fouts. Of course, they did swap around last time around, but Jude Fouts now looks as though he's going to be ready to go and fight back for that position. And we'll wait and see as to whether he's able to pick that one up. It would be a best of the day for Fouts if he is able to get through on Ushak. 7th so far is what he's picked up. Ushak was 5th place in the last one, promoted after a 5-second time penalty for Ollie Spooner-Green late on that dropped him down past 2 drives, I believe that is, behind Jack Gell as well, and about 5 seconds between Gell and Ollie Spooner-Green at the end of that race. And well, Spooner-Green is going to hope to stay penalty free and stay in the fight for the podium, because he certainly had the pace to do that in race 1. And race 2 he's gaining on Brandon Lakshow. Last time around it was a 10.5 between himself and that podium spot, and so he may well just continue to gain. He may well just continue to pick up that time. Callum Ryan to the line once again. He's at the fastest lap of 39.4 this time last time around. And now it's 39.3, so he keeps breaking the barriers of the quickest laps in these Honda GX200 cadets. And he's really pushing now, but a personal best for Freddie Williams means that the pressure will continue to be on from the 61. Ollie Spooner-Green now close to Brandon Lakshow. About a quarter of a second quicker than he was last time around, or a quarter of a second closer even, and a quarter of a second quicker than Lakshow by default. So he's ready to go chasing, and much, much quicker. He appears to be out of turn 4, so he's basically bump drafting through the temporary chicane up at the top of the track. Coming through to the final few corners then, is he going to be able to make his way through? Not quite yet. 3 minutes left on the clock. A lot of pressure still for Brandon Lakshow to deal with, but at the moment he's dealt with it impeccably, just holding his line and not getting too ruffled, not getting his feathers too ruffled as it stands. Is there going to be a swap between these drivers as they head down towards turn number 4 though? Nope, once again, it stays in place. They both stay in place, and they will keep duking it out on the road for now at the 11, chasing in behind the 17. Personal best last time around from Harry Green. He runs in 9th at the moment, having gotten past Arlo Mead and Ollie Spooner Green. He's still all over the back of Brown and Laksho. Is there going to be an opportunity? Yes, there will, because Laksho runs wide. That very solid defence has cracked, and through goes Spooner Green onto the podium, and Jack Gell looks to maybe get himself through as well and jump up, so make the 17's lap just that little bit worse by losing those 2 places on that last time around. And, well, in the end, he has managed to do just that. He's managed to get through on Brandon Laksho, who is showing the pace for the podium, so hopes that he'll be able to come back and come back onto that podium. He's now turned from the defender, which is a tricky role to play, to the aggressor. And, well, we shall see how they are going to stack up for the final part of this race. 1 minute 18 left to go in this one, and Jack Gell is getting closer to the back and actually is going to get ahead of Ollie Spooner Green. I missed that one, but Ollie dropped to the back of that pack once again, and Gell and Laksho both gaining a place. That's going to be a really interesting fight to watch as we head on to the final stages. I think we're going to have 3 laps to go in this one as Callum Ryan just crossing the line now with Freddie Williams only 2 seconds off. Spooner Green, as I say, confirmed now, dropping down to P5, so he's not going to be happy about that one. He's going to want to fight back. The lead of this pack now is to the 54, and Jack Gell leads Brandon Laksho, leads Ollie Spooner Green, and this could be an opportunity for Spooner Green to get back slightly wide from Laksho. He appears to be slightly weaker into turn 4, but out of turn 5, he has some pretty decent pace. Not enough for the 11 to almost put alongside, but again, not quite yet for these drivers who really continue to duke it out. Personal best last time around for Brandon Laksho as he tries to maximise his advantage, and he tries to close in on Gell, just sits in the slipstream and ready to go waiting. However, he did lose a little bit of time on that last lap. He's about 3.5 tenths off the back of Gell, and Ollie Spooner Green has been able to catch, so it's going to be a scintillating last couple of laps of this race between these 3 drivers. In the meantime, Callum Ryan has pretty much run unbothered from the start to the near end of this race. 2.3 seconds for himself at the top, with Freddie Williams in second place. A similar gap, slightly smaller to what it was in race 1. It was 3.8 when they crossed the checkered flag that time around. And Brandon Laksho was about 2 seconds off. He's about 3 seconds off. Well, Jack Gell in the lead of that pack is about 3 seconds off. But Brandon Laksho trying to keep himself close. Ryan now onto the last lap, 2.5 seconds ahead of Freddie Williams. Well run from him. And he's going to look to keep that momentum going, and going to look to keep fighting his way onwards. Gell, Laksho and Spooner Green all with personal bests, so they're all pushing each other to the limit at this point in the race, and 54 might have gone just over the limit. Gell has gone massively over the curbing, but it hasn't paid off for him as, well, he tried to go more aggressively into the corner. It almost worked in the other driver's favour. But around the final corner then is going to come Callum Ryan. He has run a very good race, and he will come out on top in the Honda GX200 Cadet. Heat number 2 of the day. It's 2 for 2 for the 33. Freddie Williams across the line in second place, and Jack Gell third, with Laksho and Spooner Green very, very close behind. So a very good fight for that final spot on the podium. Dominic Hushak in 5th, or 6th place even, with Jufat. And then we're expecting Jake Binney, Harry Green and Arlo Mead, although Green did gain on Binney on that last lap, but no, it's been confirmed that they are in that same order. But a victory for Callum Ryan, 2 for 2. He'll be very happy with that one. The gap slightly smaller than it was before, but the pace very controlled. Next race of the day is the Micro Max Cadet Heat number 2, and the first race might have been the race of the day. After 3 full starts, we were able to get the action going, and Calviera took the victory. Hugo Senna in second, and Rio Pocock in third. We've also got Tommy Lovejoy and Leo Hunt, who were in the fight, some might say in the hunt, for that top podium spot, but couldn't quite get it over the line. There's also AJ Khalil in the 44, Ezra Robinson Matthews in the 91, Lucas Ockley Thistlethwaite in the 61, Aurelio Capolonga in the 16, Lawrence Meat in the 3, and Ottilie Simpson in the 92 as well. So 11 karts out there ready to go racing, and I think they're just going to be getting themselves underway very, very soon indeed. Asked to slow down on the circuit, and they are going to be getting themselves to a full start, and we're going to be going once again out there for our Micro Max Cadets. A full start straight away, so we're going to try to be a little bit earlier than last time. I think it was 4th if I'm lucky. We're going to aim for a second. But who knows with this group? They are obviously very, very quick indeed, but they may well be going too quickly, as it were, because they might just be getting themselves underway just a slight tad bit earlier than the race director would like them to, and that's why we are getting these full starts potentially, and that's why we may well be having a look to get going once again. The final message from the marshal down at the penultimate corner, and they will be coming around the final one to get themselves ready to go. And they're being told to slow down once again. So these karts are going to be giving it a go once again. I think we may well have just had another full start here as they head down towards turn number 1 with Vieira and Senna on that front row of that grid. And yeah, it looks like it may well be another full start. Third time lucky. It happens when you've got such a competitive grid as this. They just get too eager on the throttle straight away, and they get too eager to get themselves going, and it can make them fall foul of it sometimes. They're being stopped right at the top of the circuit, just on the entry of turn number 5. They're going to have a talking to before they get the green flag going once again, and we can get our Micro Max Cadets Heat number 2 underway. A reminder then of the results from the heat number 1. And well, of course, it was a very hotly contested one where Calviera took the victory in the end. Hugo Senna in second and Rio Pocock in third place in class. Tommy Lovejoy and Leo Hunt fighting it out. Hunt actually with the fastest lap, showing that they all very much have the pace in this group. And Tommy Lovejoy having that third fastest lap behind Hugo Senna, who's only 6 thousandths ahead. In fact, the 4th, because Rio Pocock was in second place for that one with a 39.052. All of them with fastest lap attempts, apart from Calviera, who will be leading us away as we're going to get to green flag racing, and we will get ourselves underway. Hugo Senna on the outside line off that first corner. Is the 88 going to be able to sneak ahead? Not quite yet. In fact, being on the outside has given him the fact that he has washed wide, and now Rio Pocock ready to challenge for the race lead. They head through turn 4 and now down towards turn 5 with Pocock chasing in the 666, ready to go behind Hugo Senna and ready to sit behind, actually it's Calviera in the lead even, and ready to go for it. In the meantime, Hugo Senna, I was watching him, he's dropped down to 4th place, so not necessarily a great start for this person who actually, for the second race in a row, led into the first corner, but it was only a very brief lead. It was 0.022 was the gap as they headed down towards it, and as they exit the first lap, it will be Vieira in the lead. It'll be Rio Pocock in P2 and Tommy Lovejoy in 3rd place. Hugo Senna and Leo Hunt dropping down to 4th and 5th, and Lawrence Mead getting 2 places off of the race start, ahead of Ezra Robinson Matthews and AJ Khalil. But Vieira just getting under pressure from Pocock as he set the fast lap, of course, last time around because he's the race leader, although that hasn't quite been the way all the way throughout. And now Rio Pocock could be the latest one challenging for that fastest lap and for that race lead as well. He's certainly right in behind as they head out of the final corner. Is he going to be pressuring into turn 1? He'll sit behind him, might well bump draft down towards the end of the straight. And it's side by side between the 77 and the 88 as Hugo Senna looks to the outside line of the first corner. Fastest lap for Rio Pocock in the meantime, where the top 4 are very, very quick. The top 5, if we're including Leo Hunt, who hasn't had a side by side in this group so far, and it will continue to be Calviera at the top, but very close indeed for Rio Pocock. A 10th quicker on that last lap than Vieira, and he is ready to fight for that lead. Senna, though, he fought for it in race 1. He fought for it at the very start of this race, and he's going to want to fight for it all over again. So the driver in 4th place, ready to go for a fight for 3rd, but may will be under pressure from Leo Hunt as they head down towards turn 1 for what will be the 3rd time. It's the fastest lap snatched right back from Calviera, who set the first 38 lap time of the race, 38.971 for him, as they continue to be very close together. Pocock on the bumper of Vieira, but not quite able to make his way through just yet. Senna might have a chance on Lovejoy, but again, not quite just yet. They're not sending it as much as they will do late on in the race because they don't feel the need to. They've still got 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and if they can stay with the leader for that long, then they're going to be in with a golden opportunity to stay ahead as they come around the final corner for the latest time. And I think we're going to be seeing Calviera has gained that little bit more time on Rio Pocock. And when I say a little bit, I mean a minuscule amount. In fact, it's 0.055 between 1st and 2nd place, and that is very close indeed. The 66 once again on the back of the 81, but no move doing just yet. The 666 even on the 66, 66 in 5th place, and may well make that 4th, with the 77 right ahead of him for now. In fact, the 77 does run wide. Lovejoy's opened up the door, but Leo Hunt does not walk through it. And in fact, that means that Hugo Senna has made his way through on Tommy Lovejoy and has made his way onto the podium. We've got a mechanical flag out there on the circuit for Lawrence Me at the moment, the number 3 currently running in 7th place. Not quite sure what's going on with that kart as Rio Pocock sets the fastest out of the race. Hugo Senna with the personal best, as is Calviera. So Vieira and Pocock really pushing each other onto new limits, and Senna not too far off the back as well. Definitely setting similar pace, even if the start of his race where he dropped down a couple of positions may well be costing him at the fight for the race lead at the moment. But it's promising signs as they head to what will be the finals in a bit. And of course, the finals are the most important part of the weekend because they get double points. They get extra opportunities to see what they can do and to get value for their contributions. And that is going to be some very valuable contributions to this class as Pocock looks to the inside, Vieira looks to cover it off, and Pocock will now look to the outside. It's not a line that has worked so far here today, but he may well make it change. He may well make it shift. Not on this lap, he stays behind. Senna's now in a bit of a no man's land between Pocock and Lovejoy. Yes, the gap is only about a second in front and about 8 tenths in behind, but that could be a huge difference with how closely they've been fighting all race along. So it gives them a little bit of respite. It gives them a little bit of an opportunity to breathe before he goes and attacks late on. Or maybe he is going to be attacked by Rio Pocock or Tommy Lovejoy and Leo Hunt even. And he demonstrates the fact that he's relaxed a little bit more and not worrying about the carts around him by setting the fastest lap at 38.785 himself. He comes to the line once again with lap 7 on the board. Is it going to be another fastest lap? Yes, indeed it will be. Vieira and Pocock with personal best, as is Lovejoy and Hunt as well. But Hugo Senna with the fastest lap, a 10th quicker than anybody else, just over a 10th. With Calviera's best lap time now being a 38.826. Hugo Senna's a 38.722. So 0.104 is the difference between those two drivers in terms of the lap times. But they are pushing each other to new limits. And so Hugo Senna isn't really able to make any inroads on the fight for the top 2 spots. And so I think he's going to be frustrated sitting in behind, and he's going to have it all to do in the final. But if you have that pace into the final, you hold yourself in good stead. Pocock dropping a little bit of time to Calviera at the moment, and Hugo Senna did gain a little bit on that last lap, even if it wasn't quite at the peak of his powers. The 100 personal best as he chases in behind the 77 and tries to make the move. The door was open at one point, and he's trying to force it open once again, closing in down to turn 5. But not able to just find his way through. In the meantime, there has been a pretty spirited fight going on. I don't think there's been any moves between Lawrence Me, who's now received a black flag, AJ Halil, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, and Aurelio Capalonga. Those 4 have been at it hammer and tongs, and Lawrence Me at the front of that group does have a black flag, so he is going to peel into the pit, and that means that AJ Halil can take the lead in that fight, and it means that Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite is going to be the main challenger for it, with Aurelio Capalonga trying to keep up, but not quite able to keep up just yet, waiting in behind. The 666 with the best chance of the race so far is going to try to close in down towards turn 5, but no doing just yet, but a little little bit wide. That pressure, it may well come to fruition for Rio Pocock as he looks to the inside of 6, but no move into the temporary chicane. He doesn't feel as though it's a necessary one at this point in time, but he is quicker than Calviera. The pace shows that, and as they head on to the penultimate lap, he will try to maximise that performance. He looks to the outside once again, and Calviera will be delighted at that because that means that he can take the inside into turn 1, which always seems to be the optimal line. But don't forget that bright yellow machine in behind them. Hugo Senna is chasing as the 66 and the 77 side by side as well. That's not going to be Leo Hunt making his way through. It's going to be Tommy Lovejoy holding onto the position. Senna with the fastest lap last time out, and that's really given Rio Pocock the opportunity to try to push, and he's going to do so. They're going to be 3 wide. Vieira's going to be squeezed out, but somehow makes his way through in the lead once again. Senna briefly led the fight, and Rio Pocock tucks back in. So after all of that, they somehow end up line astern. Last lap of the race is underway, and Vieira's going to be leading us on to it. Rio Pocock in second and Hugo Senna in third. How long is that going to last? Is there going to be a move down to the prime overtaking spot at 4? Pocock's not centred as hard as he has now, and he's really giving it a go. Bump drafting, the 81 into turn 5. Calviera moves across late. The 666 adjusts. Here goes Hugo Senna alongside Pocock, but turn 6 is too risky. He doesn't want to cost himself that third place, so sits and waits in behind. Vieira, after all of that, sees the side-by-side and sees this is his chance to take the win, and he will duly take it. Calviera wins here into Heat 2 of the Micromax Cadets. Rio Pocock once again close, but not quite able to get himself over the line. Hugo Senna in third, and then Tommy Lovejoy and Leo Hunt very close together, and also very close to that fight for the win as he was late on. Ezra Robinson-Matthews in 6th place, and AJ Halil in 7th, just ahead of Lucas Otley, Thistlethwaite and Aurelio Capalonga. Anthony Simpson rounding out the finishers. Lawrence Mee ending up 4 laps down, and then we'll take a look at that kart post-race. But Vieira holds on to take his second win of the day. The Inter-Rotax 950 heat number 2 is underway. I've just had to take a breath after that one. A ridiculous race at the end of that one especially. And, well, we're going to be seeing Rio Paniotto in the 29 try to defend from Charlie Hepper. They were the two that were fighting at the top of the last race. Finley Thompson, Aurelia Simpson and then Ruby Alcock were fighting it out for third place, as well as TJ McLeish They were all in and about there at some point. Oscar Jurgelit in the 303, Ronnie Griffin in the 88, Ariane Esan in the 112, and then George Mee in the number 2. I wonder if that's a relation to Lawrence. Either way, they're coming around the final corner to start their 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing here for the Inter Rotax 950s. They are just rolling down to the start line, and they are going to get themselves underway now. It's going to be a good start from the 39, the 38 especially is going to chase in behind it. We Rio Paniotto and maybe even Finley Thompson leading into turn number 2, and out of turn 3 it will be side by side as Charlie Heffer has the favourable inside on the 29. Through goes Finley Thompson. He's going to be up into second place, and that was a very, very well worked move. Just saw the opportunity and grabbed it with both hands to jump up a position. So now he's in second place. Charlie Heffer is going to lead the way, and Rio Paniotto is going to have lost 2 places. 2 places that he's going to be desperate to make back up as we exit the first lap of this race. And he may well come under pressure into turn 1 from TJ McLeish, who's going to be furiously trying to work his way back up and get himself to the position that his pace deserves here today. But no dice just yet as the inside line beckons for the 29. Rio Paniotto wants to be back in the fight for the race lead, and the first thing he's going to have to do is fight his way into second, but he can't quite do that just yet. He's getting very close, and in fact, he got a poor exit, which meant that TJ McLeish was briefly alongside, but he covered himself off in the end and sat himself in the right spot to stay right in ahead. But Charlie Heffer with a very good start to his race, and he looks set to continue that one on. Finley Thompson and Rio Paniotto look as though they're going to be caught up with each other for second place, and then TJ McLeish just watching. He needs to be a bit patient in this race, knowing that there could be something akin to what happened in race 1. He's just watching at the moment. 29 go to the inside of the 38, and there's the chance that the 74 was looking for. TJ McLeish onto the podium as Finley Thompson, I don't think quite saw Rio Paniotto coming. Paniotto's not happy. He's got a contact warning for that moment, and TJ McLeish up onto the podium, so gaining that place. But Charlie Heffer will be enjoying this fighting, knowing that this is going to build his gap at the top of the field as he exits on the end of lap number 3. He's at the fastest lap with a 36.627. Nobody within 5 tenths of it, well, just inside 5 tenths of him. In fact, it's going to be Finley Thompson, but nobody within any sort of range in behind him. That's going to be very, very interesting indeed to watch as he tries to build up that gap and become our first new race leader, or new race victor even, of the day, of course, because we had a victor of Rio Paniotto in race number 1. We had Ryan and Giorgio Miller and Vieira all taking their victories in their respective classes, and now we could be having a switch for this one as Charlie Heffer is going to lead this one. Rio Paniotto is all the way down in 4th place, but starting to challenge TJ McLeish, who in himself has started to challenge with Thompson, and will be on the inside line into turn number 4, trying to make his way through. He runs over the curbing, which washes them both a little bit wide, and that opens the door to the 29 to try to be on the outside of the 38, but nowhere going for Paniotto at the moment. TJ McLeish is through into second, and now will set his sights on Charlie Heffer. He feels as though that Thompson wasn't making the most of the pace that this group have to make his way up, and so waits and watches in behind. But a personal best from Finley Thompson on lap 4 of the race. What is it going to be as he heads over to lap number 5? It's going to be a 37.7, so about 5 tenths lower than TJ McLeish, and the 36.8 from Charlie Heffer is going to put him in the 16 in the lead by about 1.5 seconds when they split the beam. That's going to be a good gap, and there's going to be a few smaller gaps down in the order. We've got Aurelia Simpson on the back of Oscar Jurgelit. So Simpson got the better start last time around, and that's what took her past Jurgelit, but I'd say they're probably pretty similar pace at the moment, and they're fighting it out for 6th place on the road. Paniotto is challenging Finley Thompson once again, and has actually managed to make his way through on the 38. So the 38 has dropped down 2 places in 2 laps as TJ McLeish is up to second, and 1.5 seconds off the back of our race leader. 400ths even gained on the previous lap time for the chasing pack on our race leader. And something's happened to Oscar Jurgelit, which means that either he has not come to the line, or his timer or his transponder even has not come with him. I'm not seeing the 303 out on track. So, yeah, he stopped at the final corner. That's a shame for himself. He was very quick, but that does hand a position to Simpson, Esan, Griffin and me, all to gain up a spot. And I'd hope that in the final, we're going to be seeing a fight between Jurgelit and Simpson, because they were very well matched on pace. TJ McLeish and Rio Paniotto with personal bests last time around, a 36.7 and 36.8 respectively, which means that TJ McLeish has been able to build up that gap just that tiny bit more and close it down to the lead just that tiny bit more. It's about a tenth of a second he's now got closing in on the back of Charlie Heffer in the 16, and this is giving him a real good chance and a real good shot of chasing, as now the latest fight, the closest fight on the circuit even, is going to be Ronnie Griffin and George Mee, who's going to be about, well, he was 0.041 or 0.081 even as they crossed the beam last time around. So close between the 88 and the 2 for 8th spot. Would be great if Ronnie Griffin gets a three-peat of eight places, because then it would be the 88 finishing in 8th, then the 88 finishing in 8th, and the 88 finishing in 8th once again. 1.3 between Charlie Heffer and TJ McLeish, but I think the 74 may well just run out of time. I think he's going to catch up here, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to make that overtake stick, unfortunately for him, and he will be dropping back. A personal best for Rio Paniotto, but not quite close enough to TJ McLeish's time to close in on him. But TJ McLeish managed to set an exactly identical time. He set 2:36.742s in a row. That's really, really impressive stuff. 1 minute 24 left in this race session, and it's going to be slightly slower for TJ McLeish on this time around, but still gaining on Charlie Heffer once again, not by enough. 0.084 for the 74, and you feel as though he needs a miracle to climb up ahead of Charlie Heffer right up the very top. So whilst we could never know even what could happen, I think this one is almost in Charlie Heffer's wheelhouse. But he needs to really keep that pace up, because TJ McLeish has been hounding away at that gap for the last 4 or 5 laps-ish, and will be looking to make it stick into the final minute then. We've got about 3 more laps to go, I'd say, because I think they're going to cross the line with about 15 seconds to go, and TJ McLeish with the personal best is now just over a second in behind our race leader. No move just yet for them, and so it's going to get very close. George Mee on the previous lap, by the way, did make his way through on Ronnie Griffin. That is for 8th place, and the number 2 has climbed up past the 88 and is now ready to chase after a personal best of a 37.865, which is a very, very decent lap time indeed, around what Aurelia Simpson is setting in 6th place. So could be very close if the last few in the, or if the mid-pack in this group are able to put their best performances on. 10 seconds to go, so we will be getting 2 more laps, because Heffer has just crossed the line, and TJ McLeish has gained by another 0.05 of a second. He's really just gaining those small increments that in an endurance race would be incredibly invaluable, but in a race like this, which is short, sharp and sweet, he's not quite going to have the same effect. He's not quite going to give him the chance to fight with Charlie Heffer, who built up enough of a gap, and TJ McLeish struggled enough to get through on Thompson and Paniotto. That means that Heffer's going to hold on to it. The final lap ready to get underway as Heffer heads around the final corner. He got a 36.7 last time around. What's it going to be this time? It's going to be a 36.7 once again, so consistency, while TJ McLeish loses his first little bit of time in about 5 laps to Charlie Heffer. And so I think that may well be just the death blow, as now the gap is 1.1 once again. So he was able to gain it in, but now it's just built itself back up within the space of 1 lap. Very, very good pace from the top 4 pack, and Charlie Heffer has had the pace of the field. He's really just taken his opportunities when he's been handed them, and around the final couple of corners he is going to come, and we do have a new race winner for the first time in our race 2s here today, and it will be Charlie Heffer to win, the number 16 across the line ahead of TJ McLeish in 2nd place, just over a second. McLeish tried to get close but couldn't quite get close enough. Rio Paniotto rounds out the podium, and Finley Thompson in 4th. Ruby Alcott will be in 5th place, and pretty much in her own world. 3 seconds behind, but 5 seconds ahead, Thompson and Simpson respectively. Then, of course, is Aurelia Simpson in 6th place, and Ariane Esan to pick up 7th, with George Mee in 8th, and Ronnie Griffin and Oscar Jurgelay, unfortunately, not able to finish this race. That's going to be it for our Inter-Rotax 950s, and Charlie Heffer is going to be our first new winner of this second set of races. We now await the RHKC Junior Rotax Max. And our Junior Rotax Max Heat 2 is out there on the circuit, and we've got at the moment Tigran Gregorian, who took a very big victory last time around, and we'll hope to do the same thing with Vinnie Cunningham in second place, Harvey Watts in the 90, Eton Ray in the 118, Nishawn Marshall in the 115, and Edward Jones in the 43. Nicola Pozzi in the 49 with Mason O'Connor in the 24, and then Roman Curtis in the 16, Philly Reed in the 141, Declan Perez in the 11, Lyle Miller 35, Mia Minot 73, Susanna Mikolovska in the 23, Jutta Gianta in 22, Felix Johnny in the 12, and Harry Sutton in the 404 as we get ourselves to Green Flag Racing, and we will see who leads out of turn 1 and 2, and it will be Tigran Gregorian, as there's going to be a big send to the inside. There's a spinner as well in the background. It'll be the 141 of Finley Reed round. It'll be Nishawn Marshall on the inside of Ayrton Ray to make that move up. It was a big send in the end, but it was one that worked out for him, and he was able to stay in position. No such luck for Finley Reed, who is the first driver's falter in this race. Unfortunately, a spin has put him further down in the order than he would have liked. And now it's a comeback race to where he started in 9th place. Gregorian leads, Watts in 2nd, Cunningham in 3rd, and Nishawn Marshall in 4th, with Nicola Pozzi in 5th, Ayrton Ray in 6th. And how much longer is that going to last with Roman Curtis ready to challenge for 2nd, 7th place, wide from Declan Perez. Through goes Edward Jones, and he gains a place. Perez dropping down from 8th to 9th. So that 9th place seems to be a poison challenge, so that 8th place even seems to be a poison challenge at the moment, as there may well be more side-by-side action. That looked like it was going to be for 7th place, Roman Curtis in the 16, trying to fight with Ayrton Ray on the 1184 now, but we exit to this end of the 2nd lap, and Tigran Gregorian has the fastest lap of the race and has a gap of almost a second ahead of Harvey Watts, so that's exactly what he would have wanted to see. Maybe a move for Nishawn Marshall on the inside of Vinnie Cunningham, and he turned that maybe into an absolutely yes by jumping to that inside and making his way through. Another move as well in the background as Harry Searches making his way back up from the bottom of the order, and he's up to 12th place now, having just jumped past Felix Jolly. So he is starting to work his way through and make himself a contender for this race now, and make himself a contender. But whilst this is a big grid, I'd say maybe the top 5 if he can jump his way up to. Marshall, as I say, passed Cunningham in the last lap, and it's the fastest lap from Tigran Gregorian, who built up a gap of 1.4 seconds to Harvey Watts. So he was the fastest driver out on the circuit by 3.5 tenths of a second. A ridiculous margin that he was able to build out, and a very, very good margin indeed that he was able to hold. Gregorian now, the 377, extending that gap at the top, which means that the fight is on for that 2nd place, and it will be Harvey Watts, Nishawn Marshall, even, and Vinnie Cunningham fighting it out for those ones. Nicola Pozzi not too far off, nor is Ayrton Ray or Roman Curtis, who was able to take that position off the 118 last time around. He was challenging a couple of times, but he did make his way through in the end. So they keep fighting it out. They keep duking it out for every single spot out there on the racetrack, because they know that every single point could be absolutely crucial, even if this isn't the final race. Big send for the 141, and it hasn't worked out on the inside of Lyle Miller. Finley Reed trying to work his way through, has now dropped back behind Susanna Mikolovska and Jutta Gianta, who are behind him. And I think Gianta might have had a problem in the first couple of corners as well, which means that he and Reed are both right down the order. And, Tigran Gregorian can set himself into the race now, 2.2 ahead of Harvey Watts in 2nd place. Vinnie Cunningham closer to Nishawn Marshall, who was able to gain 2 tenths last time around, so he may well be in contention for that podium very, very soon indeed. But no doing just yet. Big train, actually, between 2nd, and I'd say, what would that be? I would say that's down to about 12th place Harry Search, who's managed to latch onto the back of it. So that's a really, really good train indeed. And is he going to be able to work his way up in the 404? Is he going to be able to search for those opportunities? Well, he's on the back right now of Mason O'Connor and ready to make that move. Big, big backs and small, small gaps between all of these drivers in this mid-pack, and they're going to keep fighting it out. Also further down the field, Susanna Mikolovska is under pressure from Jutta Gianta, who wants to regain that place. Started in 13th, wants to make his way back up from 16th, so has had a bit of trouble early on in this race and wants to build his way back up. Close between all of these drivers in this mid-pack, and it's all about who is going to bite first. I'm not quite sure who it's going to be. Roman Curtis closest to Nicola Pozzi so far. But there might be a move to the inside for Nishil Marshall. Switches to the outside, but that basically cuts off his movement because of how late he tried to go for it. It is no dive for him, but he got very, very close indeed. 0.182 was the gap as they split the beam, and I'd say as they headed down towards turn 4, the gap was less than a tenth of a second, which is really, really good racing between those two to keep it nice and respectful. Is it going to be side by side as Nishil Marshall gets a better exit out of the final corner? I don't think it's going to quite be. He has a nose, but then turns back in and turns back around, so he will not want to be fighting for that second right now because he knows there's better overtaking opportunities, there's less risky chances that won't give the door to Vinnie Cunningham to open it up and allow him on through. So there's plenty of things they have to consider late on in this race. And this is what I was touching on in the Cadet Bambinos, where I said that early on they start to learn how to race the kart. Now they're learning how to race the kart. And, well, this is the culmination of just that. Victor Nishil Marshall looking to the inside of turn 1 once again, but not making his way through. As fast as that once again set by Tigran Gregorian into the 34.9 lap for him, which is really good to see. Outside line for Nishil Marshall once again trying to get the switch back as he opens up the corner and he cuts off Harvey Watts' supreme apex, but no move just yet for him, not able to jump up and get on through. We'll just sit waiting in behind for the time being. We'll just sit watching the car right in ahead and trying to learn everything from what he's doing so he can have that extra little benefit, whether it's going to be a tenth of a second slow off the road as the 42, and it's caused carnage in that pack. Unfortunately for Vinnie Cunningham, that's going to be it for him in terms of the drama at the top of the order in this race. He's had a dramatic race. It has come to blows. It's built up a gap now between Nishil Marshall and Roman Curtis of about 1.8 seconds, which looks like it may well be an insurmountable gap with how close those riders are out on the circuit to each other. About 37 seconds to go, so I think we're going to get just the 2 more laps even, with Gregorian crossing the line with 32 to go. Unless he can find 2 seconds, this is going to be it for the race. 2 laps to go, and Harvey Watts leads Nishil Marshall. There's no pressure on the green machine because of the fact that Vinnie Cunningham had his issues, so now it's all about where does the 115 want to go. He's not going to have to worry about anybody behind having the door open to them. All he has to worry about is himself. All he has to worry about is the cart ahead as there's a big send, this time for the 141 of Finley Reed onto Zana Mikulovska, and he's going to be able to make his way through and jump up into 14th place. We do start the last lap with Tigran Gregorian, 5.7 seconds up the road on Harvey Watts, so that's looking like that's going to be a canter of a victory, but it's so much harder when you're actually inside the cart and inside the helmet. He's set consistent 34th, and that's exactly what has marked this race and what has seen him take it as its own. The 43 and the 49, Nicola Pozzi looking to the outside of Edward Jones, but no doing just yet. Fighting as well further up in the order as Nishil Marshall has managed to make his way through on Harvey Watts and will be second. But first place is going to go to Tigran Gregorian, who dominated this one and set the fastest lap on the last lap to boot. Nishil Marshall showing the pace that he had in the last lap. He got through on Harvey Watts, and from then he broke free, 7 tenths of a gap between second and third on that podium. 4th place, Roman Curtis, ahead of Ayrton Ray by 0.2 or 236 in the end. Ed Jones in 6th place, Niccolo Pozzi in 7th. He was closer to Jones than the 43 would like to admit. Declan Perez, Mia Minot and Harry Search rounding out the top 10, with O'Connor, Jolly, Miller, Reeves, Mikulovska and Gianza rounding out the finishers. Not sure what happened to Vinnie Cunningham's car, whether there was a misfire, but he was out of the race with 4 laps to go. Two more Heat 2s for us. So the action flies by, really. And the Senior Rotax Max Heat is next up. Then after that, we've got the 177 Rotaxes, and then our finals will be underway. And in our senior Rotax Max heat number 2, we've got the carts of the 18 of Ryan Welsh, the 22 of Mikhail Islam, the 11 of Taylor Jarrett, the 78 of Marius Smith, the 132 of Ollie Mann, the 230 of Antonio Sholin, and the 66 of Lewis Joyner, Carson Fernandez on the 447, Alex Cooper on the 77, Anthony Parfitt on the 47, and Chloe Kunyasic on the 14. So Anthony Parfitt will be desperate to fight his way back up the order after a good performance earlier on, but a penalty dropped him down the order. In fact, I think it may well have been one of our disqualifications for Anthony Parfitt, so I will just double check that one now as we're going to get ourselves underway for heat number 2. Who's going to lead into the first corner? There's a clear answer, but it's going to be a full start, so we're going to go all over again. But Ryan Welsh, what a start he got. And it was, in fact, and he did get disqualified for non-compliance, so that explains it. We will be ready to get going again very, very soon indeed, and we'll get our action underway. Who cares about the Formula E finale? We're here for the Rye House Kart Club round number 6, and we are ready to get the racing going. It's been very, very good so far today. This pack was a very, very good fight indeed. Anthony Parfitt was challenging for the win with Ryan Welsh, and Taylor Jarrett and Mikhail Islam were fighting in it, as well as was Marius Smith, and a disqualification for Anthony Parfitt puts him down at the bottom of the field. We're going to get ourselves underway, and it's going to be a better start this time for Mikhail Islam, who will lead into the first corner instead of Ryan Welsh, our race victor from last time out. So he leads into one big slide, and we're going to get a full start. We're going to go again. My word. It's what can happen in these highly contested fields. As I mentioned, they just get a bit excited. Every single advantage counts. And they're heading through the final part of the track once again. Ready for green flag racing, but are they ready? We'll see. Ryan Welsh handed a lifeline. He had a great start first time around. Mikhail Islam got the whole shot. But this time around, it looks as though Islam's going to get the better start once again. And he's going to lead into turn 1. And for that reason, guess what? Full start. Let's go again. Just having a word with a couple of the drivers, trying to make sure everything is understood and everybody's in the right place before they get going to green flag once again. Well, let's give it a go, shall we? The race, once again, ready to get underway. Islam got the better start the last 2 times. Is it going to be third time lucky for Ryan Welsh? We head down towards turn 1. I think it may well be. They are locked side by side with each other as they head through the first couple of corners. But because of the fact that Islam was on the outside of the grid, that's not helped him at all. Through goes Ryan Welsh back into the race lead. The 230 looking racy early on. That's going to be Antonio Sholin up a couple of positions and side by side between himself at the moment and Ollie Mann. Mann gets the edge at the moment and will be right up ahead. But we're going to exit off the first lap. It will be Ryan Welsh this time Fourth time lucky, but we did get our race underway. And it will be Welsh leading the way ahead of Michael Islam in second place. Mario Smith in third, and Taylor Jarrett will be in fourth, with Sholin gaining one place at the start. Only one off Ollie Mann, and then Carson Fernandez and Alex Cooper. Seventh and eighth, Cooper gaining a place on Lewis Joyner as well, and Anthony Parfit gaining one on Chloe Kunyasic. Might be looking for another one here on the 66 of Lewis Joyner. Looking to the inside. Joyner moves late. Is that going to be the opportunity? No, because I think there was just a little bit of doubt in Parfit's mind as to where Joyner was going to go, and so smartly he backs out and goes for it once again through a different corner. Will it be side by side down towards the first? I think that's going to be the idea for Anthony Parfit, if he can take the inside, which he duly tries to, and he duly tries to make his way through on Lewis Joyner, nice and cleanly, and in the end he's going to make his way through on, well, not Lewis Joyner, but instead he will have a fight with Ollie Mann, who had struggles in the first corner, and he was able to, well, Mann dropped down the order. Parfit was able to gain a place, even if it wasn't Joyner, and he's going to go for it all over again. And he's going to try to duke it out all over again on this racetrack. But yeah, Ollie Mann down to 10th place, losing 4 places. Fernandez, Cooper, Joyner and Parfit all gaming them up. And maybe a move for Taylor Jarrett onto the final spot on the podium. He's going to have a look. He's going to get the better exit. Tries to break later, but then it will actually be earlier through turn 5 because he gets the switchback and he will get that move done in the end. Further down, it will be another move. Parfit finally getting through on the 66, who I think was letting him go. There's a little bit of a hand wave between them, and Chloe Kunyasic making the most of it. And I think the hand wave turned into a bit of a what's going on. A footballer, as I would define it, because footballers like to modify a lot, but that's what I would define it as for those drivers out there on the circuit that made that swap and changed up their positions. And we'll see where they are in just a few moments' time. As we come to the end of this race, 4 minutes 16 left on the clock. And Ryan Welsh with the fastest lap last time out, building up that gap. Marius Smith in 4th place behind the Taylor Jarrett, ready to go for that move. Past that once again from Ryan Welsh. And the personal best for Michael Islam trying to stay within range, but at the moment it looks as though the Welsh has the pace over the field. And Islam was relying on a good start that we did get, but we did start 4 times. So there's going to be a time at which he doesn't get that good start, and unfortunately for him, it just so happened to be the start that we ran with was the start that he did not have the greatest of them. Anthony Parfit trying to gain places. It looks as though we might have lost Antonio Sholin at the 2 and 3-0 at the moment, and into the pit lane. Yes, indeed, comes. I believe that's a 3-3-0 at least. Yes, indeed, it is. Unfortunately for him, so going to be out of this race. Carson Fernandez drops also down to 10th place. That's really good idea for either of those cars at all at the moment. But we'll watch them continue racing onwards. And 78 all over the back of Taylor Jarrett, about 3 tenths off the back, but Anthony Parfit and Alex Cooper were giving it a go to fight at it, but in the end Anthony Parfit made his way through. Ollie Mann will be the latest to try to jump past Cooper and Parfit into the top 5. Like I mentioned earlier on, that was going to be the target. He's now achieved the target. It's all about trying to improve upon that now and jump up position and gain places and all of these sorts of things. So for him, he'll be very keen to climb up the order and pick up those places. I think the track mic has died. I'm not quite sure, actually. It's going through fine for me. But either way, I'll carry on with whatever issues we may well have. And Ryan Welsh 1.2 ahead of Michael Islam for now. Islam with the green lap and Anthony Parfit with the purple one as he tries to catch up to Marius Smith. There's a 3.6 second gap between those drivers at the moment, and it doesn't look as though it's going to come down anytime soon, really. To the point where it's going to be catchable with 1 minute 52 left in the session, but Marius Smith is going to be just a little bit slower. 3 tenths was slower last time around. This time around he said his personal best. What can Parfit do? Is it another fast lap? No, it's not. but he's still a 10.5 quicker than Marius Smith at the moment. Personal best as well for Alex Cooper, Ollie Mann, and Carson Fernandez in the order as Fernandez tried to catch back up. Maybe he had issues earlier on as there was a mechanical flag for Alex Cooper waved out there, unfortunately, and under investigation is Carson Fernandez with a contact warning for Lewis Joyner earlier on in the race about 3 minutes ago. But a mechanical flag for Alex Cooper. If he doesn't come into the pits this lap, he's got a black flag ready and waiting for him, just like we saw earlier in the race, which would be a big shame because he's had some decent pace. And there goes the black flag. It's being waved now for number 77, Alex Cooper, as he's now got Ollie Mann right in behind him. And you could imagine he is going to be able to see that one. And he's ready to go into the pit lane. You would hope, at least, as there's a big screech. The 132 off of the road at turn number 3, just on the exit of the corner, and that's going to be it for Ollie Mansday. I think he gets out of it, and the 147 just avoiding the 132 as he goes. It was slightly on the line. It's now been moved off, and he is absolutely furious, which is, you can understand, because with only 34 seconds left in the race, for your car to be the reason that, or your car even to be the reason that you've had issues, that could be a big, big shame indeed. But yeah, end of the race for Ollie Mann with 20 seconds to go, and Ryan Welsh in the second sector. So it'll be quite close, actually, as to whether the 18 will make it to the line in time for 3 more laps, in fact. And he heads through the final couple of corners now. I think we may well get 2 more laps on the board right now. It's 7, it's 6, it's 5. 3 more laps, I think, we're going to have out here on the circuit for our senior road tax max heat number 2. And in fact, it will be 2 more laps in the end, with the people that are crossing the line now setting their times. Cooper and Mann both out of the race. Cooper, of course, with the black flag. Ollie Mann having a big, big issue on the exit of turn number 3. Not sure whether there was contact with anybody else. There certainly hasn't been any contact warnings, but what there has been is a 132 screeching off of the track at turn 3, which is a big shame. Personal best from Ryan Welsh. It's not the fastest lap because Anthony Parfitt found that one random lap that he was able to be the quickest, and in fact, he's still setting very, very quick laps indeed. Ryan Welsh 500 off the back of him for the moment, and he may well gain back in as there is 2 seconds now between Smith and Parfitt onto the last lap. So 5th place for the 47 looks to be confirmed, but Ryan Welsh, very, very good race indeed for him. He was able to ward off the pressure of Mikhail Islam at the start of the race, who had 2 better starts than him, but there was 4 starts, and Welsh was importantly at the top of the first and the last ones. And he's going to come around the final couple of corners to take the victory in this senior road tax max heat number 2. He'll head on to the final with a 100% record, and that is a win for the number 18. Mikhail Islam in 2nd, and Taylor Jarrett's coming home in 3rd, with Smith in 4th and Parfitt in 5th. Chloe Kunyasic in 6th place. Is that going to stay with Lewis Joyner, who's right behind her? Yes, indeed it is. A 10th between them at the line, and the Carson Fernandez, Alex Cooper, Ollie Mann, and Antonio Sholin to round out the order. Test. This looks as though it's working again. That's a promising zone, kind of. Is it really quiet? Either way, I'm glad we got the stream on now because otherwise we literally would barely have had my commentary here today. But yeah, there's just been issues with the microphone for the circuit commentary, and we will see what will happen in this race. The 177 Rotax heat number 2 is ready to get underway now, and it's going to be green flag racing out there on the road. Who's going to lead down towards the first corner? I think it's going to be Cal Miller in the 34, who's going to have that opportunity to sit right in that position, sit pretty in that pink car in the lead of the way, and that's indeed what they're going to do. Jack Taylor P2 at the moment, and there's lots of moving and shaking as they move down to turn number 4. Nobody in the end having issues, which is great to see, but that may well have been a mad early skirmish, and it could have gone very, very wrong indeed, very, very quickly, but it didn't, which is very good to see. And we watch these cars as they continue duking out and they continue fighting it forward. And well, that's at the end of the first lap, that big Cal Miller leading the way ahead of Jack Taylor, Adam Sadler in third place, and a few places lost. Wayne Smith is one of them, Adam Clark another, Tom Thompson another one. So 3 carters out there losing that time. That's not going to be ideal in any way, shape or form as they head through the remainder of this race and try to carry themselves up and carry themselves on with their race. Just pretend. How does this work? Deal with that at the end of the race. Because that could be a potential fix for what I'm doing right now, which is trying to fix the microphone. Then the first lap, we've got Cal Miller in the lead of the race with Jack Taylor in P2. And 99 ready to go chasing for that spot and ready to go fighting further up in that order, going for that race win. I'd imagine if there's a send for the 21 to the inside. And then it's going to be a move made up. Rob Church on the inside of Tom Thompson, able to pick that position off. In fact, that looks as though that's going to be James Benson, so maybe they swapped and then swapped back later on in that previous lap time later on enough that it didn't quite change anything out there as they exit onto the end of the second lap, or the third lap even. I'm going to give this a go, see if this works. This is the it appears to be the other microphone, so no idea how it sounds. You can't hear it, but that is going to be the other microphone was not quite working, so we've given it a shot at trying the other mic that we've got, and thankfully it appears to be working for the time being. So I'm not quite sure how loud it is, how quiet it is, anything like that, but we'll keep just watching on, we'll keep commentating on this race. Of course, we've still got the live stream, so don't forget, we have that one over at the Rye House YouTube channel. You can go look up Rye House Kart, and even look up Rye House Kart Club round 6. That might make it a little bit quicker time, and you'll be able to do that. In the meantime, Jack Taylor has managed to make his way to the race lead ahead of Cal Miller. In second place, Adam Sadler. In third, the personal best from Miller last time around is going to threaten Taylor, but Jack Taylor set the fastest lap overall, and it's going to be a rapid lap on 35.036 for himself, which is going to be a really, really good chance to be able to make. Clark, Thompson, Khan, Church and Benson are all improved on their previous lap times. We're going to do the same as they head on to lap number 5. It's going to be, I think that's Wayne Smith, yes it is, for 35.1 to close into the back of down right. He's got just a little bit of gain on him for now, but there could be so much still for him to do at this point in the race, and there's still so much for all of these drivers to do out there, because of course we've still got 3 minutes, we've still got half the race plus 1 lap to go, so they're not going to get too far ahead of themselves. They're still going to manage themselves perfectly, and that's exactly what they've done so far. To the end of this next lap, it will be Jack Taylor leading once again, and Cal Miller not quite close enough to be able to contend. At one point, Miller was looking as though they were going to challenge, and that point was at the start of the previous lap time. Unfortunately, by the end of it, the gap was to the lap. It was a little bit too late for those starts in position, so they decided not to go for those moves. The personal best for Adam Sadler as well, as he catches up to those top 2 and makes it pretty much top 5 now if you include Jake Bradford and Dan Wright in behind Sadler. in the 67. So a chance maybe for the third, fourth, and fifth cars to get in amongst it, although there's 1.3 second gap between Rye and Bradford. So that may well not. Oh, no, actually, that's the gap between himself and the race leader. It's so small, I thought it may well be the gap between the individual drivers, but no, it's the race leader, and that is testament to how hard they've been pushing so far. Maybe a move from Jake Bradfield, but no, not quite yet into turn number 5, which appears to be the overtaking opportunity here today. Normally, I would look at turn 4 as being the chance to make the pass. Turn 5 today has really subverted my expectations and has become really, truly a favourite for some of these drivers out there in terms of making most of their pace. And they will try to make those overtakes again and again and again. These cars know this hell of a lot more than we did in 6 rounds of the season. So they've done 18 races all the way around it. That was quick. That's very proud. 2 minutes left in this session now. And the opportunity right for these drivers to really try to push on now, to kick on and get those positions that they feel as though they have earned all the way throughout. And I mean, I'm not one to begrudge them because I think that all of these drivers have been particularly good throughout the race. They're very consistent indeed, pushing up to a very high level. This is why Jack Taylor is having to go quicker and quicker at the top. Has now stagnated at 35-1. When anybody else is second at 35-1, very different scenario. So if you were slower than everybody else, it's like that case in. I was watching the European Championships the other day, the running races and everything along those lines. You don't have to be the outright fastest. Firstly, on the running race at the end, I think it was 10,000 metres, was not the outright fastest at the end of the race, but what he was the most consistent. He managed to pump in the same time, and that point set a tournament best, which is amazing to see. But that is just a demonstration of exactly what you can do with management, with trying to calm yourself down, not trying to get too overzealous early on in the race. Less than a minute to go in this race, and of course we've got one more lap to go after this one, and Jack Taylor will lead the way. He's got about a tenth and a half back to Cal Miller in second place, Adam Sandler in third. He's going to be about 3 tenths off the back of Miller all by himself, so this may well be a chance for him to make that move and jump up. Wayne Smith is in fourth place now, we're going to be far back, 2.2 off the back at the moment, and there is actually a switch between Sadler and Miller. Fastest lap is not going to be set by Jack Taylor. He's going a little bit slower at the end of the race, but that's all he needs to do. He needs to control it to the end. Because now the 99 is going to continue to lead the 67 and the 34. There's contact warning for Cal Miller. That 34, that bright pink car, in third place at the moment. So maybe, just maybe, that might have been a bit of a brutal move from Adam Sandler. But either way, it was a penalty given to Cal Miller. So maybe just at the same time, in the same breath, it may well have just been a defence that they were trying to put up very last minute. Contact warning, by the way, for Rob Church as well, further down. Final time. That was for an extra right place. So not ideal for any of them at all. They are able to pick up those warnings. And 122 goes off of the road. Are they going slowly, or are they just letting the top 3 go? I think they were just letting the top 3 go, and that's a wise move to be head on to the last lap. And this one's still not decided. Are we going to be getting a 3-wide moment to finish off our 177 road tax heat number 2? Not quite yet, because Jack Taylor gets a much better exit out of the final corner, and he wins here in heat 2. Adam Sandler and Cal Miller follow him up in close second and third, with Wayne Smithers in 4th spot. 5th for Dan Wright, 6th for Hugo Ferreira, and then Lamass, Thompson, Clark and Bradford round out the top 10 after a disappointing race for especially the number 15 Bradfield. And then Khan, Church, Benson and Militello round out the order. And we will see everybody again in that order for the final, which is not too far away now. As I say, we're coming to the end of our heats. And after this, well, in fact, we have come to the end of our heats. So time flies when you're having fun, eh? It's going to be the Come Bambino final next. That'll be an interesting one to watch. Because is anybody going to be able to challenge with River de Giorgio Miller? It's going to be difficult. It certainly is to pick themselves up. But we will wait and see. We're not going to have a lunch break this time, so we're going to fly through the last few races. I would imagine, because I can already hear engines revving up as these three get ready to go racing. It's one of those things for River as to when do you step up, and I think that's going to be a really interesting debate that I think everybody behind him is going to be having this year, because is it worth him stepping up between now and, well, I mean, between now and the end of the season? Probably not, I would say, would be my short answer to that question, but maybe it could be. What's the difference between Rotax 177 Masters and normal 177? I believe Masters is the adults. But no, we've got 2 rounds left of this season now, so if they were to make that switch, I don't feel as though that would be a necessary switch. And he can just, as I've mentioned many times, learn what to do, learn how to drive the kart, and then next year he can extend that and make his pace really the best to his ability that he can do, and they can climb up and gain further positions up the order. We're ready to get going then for our 7 minutes of racing, plus 1 minute for the double points finale here. And I mean, we saw a retirement from Oliver Lett earlier on in the race weekend. We saw it in race 1, and he's going to really want to not repeat that moment. Of course, that goes without saying, but it was, I'm sure, a hard moment for him to swallow, and it'd be an even more hard moment to swallow. Double points on the line for himself and for everybody in the class. They're ready to go racing here out there on the circuit, and well, they will be going in just a few moments at a time. Dobbs, DiGiorgio Miller and Leck are 3 kart field that have set us off for races 1, races 2 and races 3. Race 3, of course, being the final. All the way throughout today, we've got 1 more race to go. And they are underway. They are heading through now the first few corners on the track and the first lap of this race. And they're really giving it a go to fight it out, I would think. And at the moment, it looks as though River DiGiorgio Miller has been able to get up that gap. This time, though, Jojo Dobbs still sits in second place with Oliver Leck in third. But we know that Leck was able to come back later on in the day, but yeah, we will see where they end up being in where they end up being right now. I think the gap between Giorgio Miller and Dobbs, I'm going to go 2.5, 4.4, nowhere near. And either way, that's going to be good indeed from these cuts. The closer they can get to River DiGiorgio Miller, the more successful they're going to be at the moment. And yeah, it's going to be interesting indeed to watch them duke it out. Second lap of this race, and it will be the fastest lap from River DiGiorgio Miller that he's put in so far, a 48.622 for the number 28 to hold himself at the top of the order. The gap now between himself and Jojo Dobbs, I'm going to say 9.5 seconds. I'm going to say that because I was going to guess, and then I looked at the screen, which kind of gave it away, but that will be the gap between DiGiorgio Miller and Jojo Dobbs at the moment, and that's going to be really interesting to see for these drivers, and well, that's going to be something to keep your eyes on throughout. How fast is River DiGiorgio Miller going to be able to go? Is he going to be able to break his record in heat number 2 of the day? The lap time that he set was a 47.617, so that was the best lap from that race, and a 47.7 from race 1, so it's still a 47.6 that he needs to beat in qualifying. He set a 47.671, and in practice this morning he set a 48. So the benchmark is very much 47. A 47.6, if he can do that, would be good indeed. He'll be happy to see himself on that, I am sure. We are now almost halfway through this race. I've said this multiple times. It is absolutely flying by here today. The racing is just going so fast, and it's really, really good to see everybody out there and giving it their best. I'm not sure how many drivers we have out there. I could probably give it a good shot, but we have a great group of drivers. And I mean, even those who are further back in the order are particularly quick. Certainly quicker than I can go. I'm not sure how much practice I need to beat some of these drivers. It's a lot, and so that's testament to their abilities, especially some that are as young as this group is. It's a really good test bed for racing later on in life. It's a good start that will get them enjoying it, really, get them loving racing, which is the most important part at the end of the day. If they don't enjoy it, they're not going to do it, or they're not going to give it their best shot. Simple as that. If they do enjoy it, then they're going to absolutely love it, and they're going to benefit so much. So it is really, really good to see these drivers out there, even at such young ages as this lot are at the moment. And it's just really, really good to see indeed what they are capable of doing, especially at this young age that I could get nowhere near. Give me 2-3 years, I reckon maybe, but by that time they are quicker and they're all sorted, and they're much deeper into their careers than they are at the moment. So either way, it's going to be interesting to watch how they develop. I think every single time I go to a race along this line where you do have those younger riders, I've got my eyes out on a few of them in particular. And I mean, it's hard to look past River de Giorgio Miller in terms of keeping my eye on anybody in this little group of riders. Sometimes I see them in different championships and I go, oh. And I'm sure that River de Giorgio Miller's name is something that I'm going to be seeing later on, right up the top. There is still plenty of talent in for Jojo Dobbs and for Oliver Leck as well. And it's been really, really good to watch all of these drivers out there. And Oliver Leck has been trying different things today, which has been really good to see. The fact that he's got that adaptability, that he's got the knowledge to try different things, and the different things to try has been really good. He's been at points he's been bobbing and weaving his head trying to get that speed down the straights. At points he's been doing that in the corners, which of course is not quite what you need to do, but he's really laser focused, and you can see him on screen now if you're watching the live stream, which of course you can watch by going to the Rye House YouTube channel. But really just laser focused in that kart, and looks a little bit smaller than the other two competitors, maybe just a little bit younger as well, so a bit more time on Oliver Leck's side than he would be letting on with the pace that he's been showing. But yeah, it's very, very good to watch these drivers as young as they are really show some talent. We have no more races after this one, for this pack at least. Don't worry. We've still got plenty of races throughout the day. I think we've got 6 more to come, but for this group, it is going to be it for this. And we've got about 5 seconds left on the timer. Whereas River de Giorgio Miller on the circuit, I think, as the 99's had more issues, Oliver Leck has had a couple of kart issues throughout the course of this race, and he's had another one there that has meant that he's going to potentially be out of this race as well. So it's 2 DNFs from the weekend, unfortunately, but the Giorgio Miller is going to be coming to the line, and he will be taking us on to the one final lap for the 28th. So that'll be good to see, especially as he does cross the line now, and he's going to get a 49.0. So that'll be onto the final lap for him, and what pace he's shown as the 16 of Jojo Dobbs is going to come home for second. Oliver Leck is sitting in that kart. I think he'll be frustrated because he hasn't been able to make it, so hasn't been able to get his flowers in terms of what he's able to do. But either way, he's jumped up and stepped up to the plate and tried to fight it out with these cars that are, of course, very, very quick indeed. And River de Giorgio Miller goes without saying. As I'm going to have a look at the standings, in fact, for this classes before they exit this race and before they go home for the weekend. It is River de Giorgio Miller as Aurelio Capolonga has made the step up to the karting club karting class above, excuse me, and he was making his debut there. Jojo Dobbs raced for the first time in round number 7, and I've got this wrong. It is round number 7 now. So he's racing for his first time. Oh, so is Oliver Leck, and remember Giorgio Miller missed round 5, round 6, round 1 and round 2 because there was no Come Bambino class, but we have got 3 out there, and well, we did have 3 out there, we now have 2, and we are seeing these 2 come to finish in a very similar position that on the track as they were in the 28, waving at somebody. I think that somebody would be somebody on the banister or on the balcony even of the main building itself, as 2 big buildings on this circuit. As the 16 is going to come to the line now, we'll take the checkered flag. It was not lapped, so we'll be able to do one more lap out there of racing, and in fact it's going to come to the checkered flag now, I think, and is going to take it. So that's going to be the end of our Come Bambino class for not just that race, for today. The next race up is going to be, of course, the final race of the day for the Honda GX200s. We will see what Callum Ryan, Freddie Williams, Brandon Latshow, Jack Gell, Oliver Green, Dominic Ushak, Jude Fout, Jake Binney, Arlo Mead and Harry Green are able to do. Those 10 karts are the ones competing this one right now, and they've got 7 minutes and 1 lap to go racing and to go out at hammer and tongs for the final time here on the 16th of August 2026. Around the final corner then is going to come Callum Ryan. He's just going to weave his way to the line, getting himself prepared to go racing for what is their final race of the weekend, and they're just going to pull up to the line and get themselves ready to get going. I can't stand up because I'm trying to keep myself on this microphone, so unfortunately that will be all that I can do for now, as I can try to catch a glimpse. I am tall, I'm not quite tall enough to catch a glimpse of this race start. So they're going to get themselves underway now. I think it's going to be a good start for Callum Ryan, but we won't quite see until they head down towards turn number 2 and 3, as of course it's still a blind corner in the commentary box anyway as they head through turn number 1 and 2. But it will be the 33 of Callum Ryan who leads the way. Freddie Williams in second, and how much longer is that going to last with the 61 really putting the driver in front under pressure. Brandon Latshow as well in the 17. Really good opportunity for him to try to make the most of it and try to make his way through. Not quite doing it just yet, and this is going to be the chance for all of these karts to make one final impression in what is the most valuable race for them in the weekend. Coming through to the end of this first lap, and it will be Ryan to lead the way. It will be Freddie Williams in P2 and Brandon Latshow in third, with Ollie Spoon Green and Dominic Ushak gaining places on Jack Gell and Harry Green gaining place on Jake Binney as well, as those cars are all going to swap around. And 17 might look to the inside here of Freddie Williams. Is he going to be able to jump his way up into second place? Not quite yet. No move also for Ollie Spoon Green, who looked like he was ready to challenge for a brief moment, but decided to back out of it and decided to go against it. And that's going to be interesting for these drivers to continue to fight it out throughout the course of this one. And they've got, of course, 5 minutes and 46 seconds to do just that. It goes Ryan, then Williams, then Latshow at the top of the order. That is the podium as it stands. Ollie Spoon Green is going to be in that 4th place, 2 tenths off the back of Latshow for the time being. And yeah, they're going to keep fighting it out, keep duking it out for each individual spot on that racetrack, knowing that, as I say, this is going to be the most valuable race of the day for them, because they know they need to worry about if you do have a good race 1 or race 2, that's absolutely fine. Well done. You've had a good race 1 or race 2, but it's nowhere near as valuable as the double points race 3. If you can't get a good race 3, then you're going to struggle in terms of gaining points on your rivals for the weekend. So that's what makes it so very treacherous and so very crucial to have a good race out there on the road. It looks as though Callum Ryan is ready to go for a 3-3, just like we saw River to Giorgio Miller go for just a second ago. That was his opportunity to get that 3-peat, and he's done just that. So a good finish from him, and I think Callum Ryan may well be doing just that in just a couple of moments' time. We will watch what he can do in the next 4 minutes and 37 seconds of this race, but it's certainly a good start for him as he built up that gap to over a second ahead of Freddie Williams with a 39.5 last time around. A very good lap time indeed, and one that he hopes to make the most of throughout the rest of this race indeed. But a very good fight between these drivers, and they're going to want to fight it out on the road. And yeah, that's certainly what they have been doing so far throughout this race. 33 with a bigger gap than he had before, and the 11 now putting the 17 under pressure. Brandon Lacho is going to be ready for a fight. But is going to currently hold on to the position because, of course, you don't want to draw yourself into a fight when defending, because then you're putting yourself in whole heaps of trouble, whereas you could just stay out of it at minute 1 and then not get yourself tangled into it. But if you start to worry about the carts behind too much, that can be where you have those problems, because you are starting to think about them and you are letting them play on your mind, and then they've kind of won the battle at that point where they are in your head and they're really just making you think about them every single lap. So for them, it's going to be difficult. For these drivers, it's going to be really, really important to get everybody else out of their minds and then just worry about themselves for the time being, which is much easier said than done. And so it's going to be one to watch for these cars out there on the road. And it's all playful at this point in the race. And well, I mean, apart from that first place that appears to be Callum Ryan's to lose, he's got that up to a 1.6 second gap at the top. Freddie Williams in second place, and Brandon Lacho finds himself in third. The gap between them is going to be 1.6 between the top two, and then 1.0 between the second and third place. So Lacho at the moment showing very, very good pace indeed, and Williams not quite able to break free from the 17 ice through the green in the meantime, wanting to do just that and gain that position up, but we'll see what they are able to do. Ushak and Jack Gell at the moment for 5th and 6th place. There's about 5 tenths between them, and Spoon the Green is closer than ever to the back of the 17 and looks to the outside of his cut off, so not going to make his way through. And on the exit of the corner, he's going to try to have a look, but no doing just yet. On this occasion at least, but he's certainly starting to threaten and certainly starting to make the other drivers in this pack think about him out there. Our leader, Callum Ryan, will head on to 1 minute and 45 seconds left on what is a 40 lap time, or a 39 if you ask Ryan. Williams Lacho on a consistent basis. Williams actually set 2 very, very quick laps last time around to break free from Lacho. So as soon as I said he wasn't quite able to break free, he's done literally the exact description of that. 11 looking to the outside, maybe swapping to the inside, but no, just tucking back in and not wanting to make that move anytime soon. But Dominic Ushak really trying to pressure now, feeling as though this is his chance, as Ollie Spooner Green is going to have that inside into turn number 6, but the 17 backs out. Brandon Lacho doesn't feel as though that's going to be a necessary move for him to, well, he feels as though that's going to be a necessary move for him to cut off, and he's not going to cut it off too aggressively. 2 tenths between Lacho and Spooner Green at the moment. Ushak 3 tenths at the back, and Jack Gell a tenth off of Ushak. Due about 3 seconds off them, so it's now a 4-car fight for that third place. It's a 3-car fight for 8th place at the moment. Harlow meeting Harry Green and Jake Binney giving it a go. Mead currently leads the way, but with Harry Green's personal best last time around, you feel as though that's going to change maybe some point soon, with Binney chasing him behind as well. 1,000 quicker than Green last time around. As they head down towards turn number 4 and we get a good shot of who's going to be in what position, they stay line of stern. They stay with Arlo Mead up at the top of that pass and back for Callum Ryan. There's 18 seconds left to go on the clock. Denotes that there's going to be 2 laps remaining in this race, and Ryan is going to take us onto those final 2 laps with some impeccable pace. Brandon Latshow, by the way, at the moment, set my first favourite lap time of the weekend. It's a 40 flat, so 40 seconds. 0.000, and Jack Gell not too far off the record, 0.053 for him. 2 laps to go, has been confirmed now, although it might actually turn to the last lap as Callum Ryan is going to come to the line. We'll get our final confirmation on that one, and I'm going to stand up, which means I won't be able to be on the mic to have a look. Final lap is underway for Callum Ryan, as well, he's 700 slower than his previous lap time, but he's still 10th quicker than Freddie Williams and trying to build that gap. Latshow under pressure from Ollie Spooner Green into the first quarter, and that might be the opportunity that the 11 has been waiting for to make that pass through. On the outside line of turn 4, he's going to look, but no dice. And no dice once again as he chases in and definitely bump drafts that 17. So definitely having an effect on the 17's progression at the moment, and has right behind him Dominic Ushak as Callum Ryan has dominated this race, and he comes around the final corner and is going to win this race by 2 clear seconds. Freddie Williams will come home in second, 2.2 behind him. Whilst it might not be the biggest gap, it was certainly the most unchallenged of the weekend so far, at least in this class. Brandon Latshow for P3 and Ollie Spooner Green not quite able to catch up in P4. Again, it's one of the cases of one more lap, which we've had plenty of today. Same for Ushak, same for Gel, both finishing 2 and 1/10 respectively off of the back of Spooner Green, and both finishing within 6/10 of Brandon Latshow in 3rd place. And then Jude Bout in at 7th. We're expecting Mead, Green and Billy in that order. Indeed, they do come home in that order, but it's going to be just under 4/10 per second, splitting all 3 of them. So really good racing. That's going to be it for our Honda GX 200 cadets, and we are rapidly approaching at the final stretch of this race weekend. That is going to be it for our senior, if I can get my words out, our Honda GX 200 cadets. Got 5 more to go. 6, I can't count. Micromax Cadet final. Hopefully we can get this one started cleanly, because last race out we had, 4 race starts, same in the first race of the day, so we'll be wanting to change that heading into the final race of this campaign, of this weekend even for these drivers. And for Hugo Senna, for Cal Vieira, for Rio Poco, for Leo Hunter, for Tommy Lovejoy, they'll be scrapping it out for the win. AJ Halil, Ezra Robinson Matthews, Ottilie Simpson, Lucas Otley, Thistlewaite, Lawrence Mee and Aurelio Capolongo will be wanting to do the same thing, and they come around the final corner. Are they actually going to be able to get themselves going straight away? The answer is no. We're going to go again. second time lucky for these drivers out there as they're going to get themselves going. Are we going to be green flag racing? No. Here we go again. Third time lucky out there on the road. Are we going to be getting green flag racing? Yes, we indeed will. And it will be Hugo Senna and Cal Vieira to be alongside into the first corner. And Vieira's going to be on top as they head out towards turn number 2 and turn 3. And now down towards 4. Rio Pocock has a look to try to make that move, try to make that advantage stick. Almost went into the tyre barrier there, but managed to stay away from it and managed to stay in the lead of the race. Move slightly further back as Hugo Senna's going to drop a place maybe to Tommy Lovejoy, but no dice for I believe that was Lovejoy at least. In the meantime, but no move for him just yet. And at the exit of the first lap, it will be Cal Vieira, a familiar story of a driver to be standing out there on top of the podium. Rio Pocock in second place, Hugo Senna, and actually it was Leo Hunt in that fourth place, chasing for third with Tommy Lovejoy in fifth place at the moment. So those are going to be the drivers shooting out the winners. The 44 of Apex is trying to stay within range of them at the time being. So it very much looks as though a split of 5 at the top and then 6 at the bottom, although the top 3 are starting to go at it, hammer and tongs. So we're going to get 3 wide behind Cal Vieira, Pocock, Senna and Hunt, all scrapping it out. But in the end, there is going to be a fair ordered out, which will be Pocock, who's in the lead of it, staying ahead. And I think that may well be Leo Hunt getting through on Hugo Senna, who's been given a contact warning. He was under investigation about a minute ago as well, so not ideal for Hugo Senna. And a couple of laps to forget for the number 88, and maybe he can just climb up what he can do in the rest of the race. We will wait and we will watch and we will see as the 88 is right in behind 66 for the time being. Leo Hunt was able to make that place up last lap, and that's given a little bit of breathing room to Rio Pocock. Not much, but enough to give himself a little bit of a wiggle, and then Cal Vieira with the fastest lap. And with that gap being built up, has given him a bit more breathing room. It's 0.45 seconds that Pocock has gained, that Pocock has lost actually to Cal Vieira at the very start of that race. And on that lap, as Pocock grabs that right back, grabs that advantage, Vieira had the fastest lap for about 0.02 seconds, with Vieira snatching it right back, or actually it'll be 0.5 seconds, but that's the gap that they crossed the line. And Leo Hunt watching him behind, Senna and Lovejoy watching him behind as well, ready to go racing. They all are ready to go racing, and Ezra Roberts Matthews is ready to go racing on the back of Otterly Simpson, who's going to be the rider just ahead of him, and going to give it a go is the 91 to try to make that position up, as around the final corner is going to come Caviera, and Rio Pocock is going to be about 5 cents off the back. It's going to be this time the gap between those drivers is going to be faster than that. Caviera snack back off from Pocock, snack back off him from Hugo Senna. A small gain, a minute gain for Rio Pocock in that previous lap in terms of the fastest lap of the race, which he set, and then it was snatched off him at 8 thousandths per second that he was able to gain on Vieira, and then Leo Hunt exactly a tenth slower than Hugo Senna, which gave the 88 a chance to be alongside, and he's going to be alongside but not quite ahead just yet. That does give him though an opening that he's going to want to make the most of in this race. But Cal Vieira continues to lead the way. Pocock continues to run in second, and it looks like Leo Hunt and Hugo Senna developing into the back of the third. So Vieira and Pocock can run away with it just like they did in the second race of the day. And they keep just trying to fight it out on the track right now. It's a really good opportunity for Leo Hunt here to try to sit on this podium. He is, of course, at the moment slightly further back than he would have wanted to be, so he might fall into the clutches of Hugo Senna, but has not fallen into the clutches of Hugo Senna at this point in time. Maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to make it up later on, but for now, no dice for them. And well, we shall see where they end up. 3 minutes to go left on the clock, so over halfway through this race, and it's another pass of that for Rio Pocock. He gets within 10 of Calviera. Certainly appears to be the pace of the field at the moment. Certainly appears to be the pace of those two who are the pace of the field. So certainly it looks like the fastest out there on track, and very, very close to the back of the 81 when he decided to make a move. Same situation for the 88 and 66, where Hugo Senna last time around was briefly quicker, and he was only just quicker because he's only just behind Leo Hunt. So those lap times are going to start to even out as they continue on through the race, and it's going to be as they head down towards lap number 7, Vieira leading Pocock, but for how much longer is that going to be the case? Tommy Lovejoy sits by himself in 5th place, pretty much a lone soldier, with Hugo Senna alongside Hunt as they headed down towards turn 1, and he went through, he gained that place, and he jumped up. Fastest personal from Vieira, Hunt and Senna on the previous lap time. Lovejoy as well, but he's not quite got the source to keep up with that group. And Hugo Senna's reaping the rewards of setting his personal best, which was about a 10th quicker than Leo Hunt, because he was able to gain that position. Cal Vieira with the personal best once again, and well, he's the only driver up there with his personal best, but he's not quite got his personal best as good as Pocock or Senna or Hunt or any of those riders in the top 5, which is going to be crucial to see it later on in this race as to how that is going to stack up for all of them. But for now, Vieira, who said his personal best, is trying to build up that gap ahead of Pocock and try to take a 3P once again. It's the third driver today to be able to do that. If he's able to pull it off, and he would be doing a very, very good job if he's able to do so. But Rio Pocock has put him under pressure for so very long in this race and in the weekend in general, and feels as though he's got a chance to try to do something in this final race. It's his best shot of the weekend. And he's got Hugo Senna behind him with that fastest lap, who is starting to be the driver to mount the pressure on everybody else. And so he's the one going to try to fight his way through. And Rio Pocock in the outside line trying to get through, and that might open the door to Senna, but no, it doesn't. Pocock switches back, and he's going to tuck back out of that position. Was very, very close enough to feel as though he could have made that move, but in the end just decided to sit back and watch and wait, and they will continue to fight it out for 30 more seconds and one more lap. And that one more lap could be crucial in terms of Vieira versus Pocock, because Pocock, of course, has sat back for a while, but there are certain points at which he needs to maybe be that little bit more aggressive. That would give him a great opportunity to jump in and to take that chance. I don't think Vieira will be quite expecting it either, so it's all about catching your opponents and your rivals off guard into the final lap of the race. They are going to go, Pocock and Vieira, around the final few corners to start it, and this could be very, very tense indeed. Senna and Hunt staying within range. Lovejoy just outside of it as well, so if there's any issues for them, he's going to come back into it. Vieira 1,000 quicker than Pocock. Then there's going to be 300 between themselves, and then Senna and Hunt who are matched on pace. All very close together, on track and off track in the data as well. The 666 ready to go for a move around the outside and will be later onto the brakes just to try and get that switch back on. Will be alongside Vieira. Who's going to brake first? Who's going to blink first? It will be Pocock as they head into the chicane, and he will back out. But will this be a final corner move for Rio Pocock? I don't think he's quite got the momentum, and out of it, it will be Cal Vieira who will take that victory, who will hold on just ahead of the 66. Hugo Senna almost through on Pocock as well, but very close between them, and then Leo Hunt 4th in this class. Lovejoy, Halil 5th and 6th, and then Robinson, Matthews, Simpson, Otley, Thistlethwaite, and then me and Capalonga to round out that field. But Vieira, Pocock and Senna, what racing they had. And well, that was added to the fact that Leo Hunt was ready to pressure as well and did fight with Senna briefly, and then Lovejoy was just behind, not quite able to sit himself in a position and get himself close enough to fight through. So that is the next race all done and dusted. And we are, as I say, rapidly approaching the very last action of the day. We've got just the 4 races to go here for Rye House, round 6 at the Kart Club. The Interrotax 950 final ready to get underway, and we've got Charlie Heffer, Rio Panayiotou, Billy Thompson, Aurelia Simpson, TJ McLeish, Ruby Alcock, Ariane Essan, Oscar Yoglite, George Mee and Ronnie Griffin out there to get themselves ready to get going, and we will see as Heffer and Panayiotou will lead us down towards turn 1. Whether we are going to get green flag racing, no, we're not. It's going to be a full start. Great news for Rio Panayiotou, who didn't get the greatest starts at all. I think he dropped down to about 3rd or 4th place, and of course he was supposed to be right on the front row, so he's going to give it a go to fight it up there once again and fight it for that race lead, which of course he held. And he's taken wins, but he's not won race 2. Charlie Heffer did win that one, so it's the 2 drivers ready to give themselves an opportunity to go racing, and they are going to get underway now. It's going to be the green flag out there on the circuit, and it's a good start from Charlie Heffer, who leads the way. Rio Paniotto will be in second place, but for how much longer? I don't think there's going to be any longer, because Finley Thompson is going to jump up to that second spot, and Paniotto's going to settle in third behind or ahead of even TJ McLeish for fourth spot. Fifth and sixth is going to be hotly contested as well. That's going to be between Ruby Alcock and Aurelia Simpson, and at the moment it's going to be Alcock holding that position ahead of Simpson, and side by side between me and Ehsan. But then it's going to be George Me, not me, and Ariane Ehsan out there on the circuit fighting it out. And in the end, I think George Me may well have just come out on top of that one. At the end of the first lap, there will be Charlie Heffer in the race with Rio Paniotto in second. Finley Thompson in second, Rio Paniotto in third. Then TJ McLeish and Ruby Alcock rounding out the top five. Alcock and Simpson starting to develop into a real fight. They're going to want to have throughout the rest of this race, and throughout maybe even the rest of the season. Only one round to go. Of course, excuse me, however, you never quite know what to happen. Rio Paniotto, I overheard a conversation with that was being had with Rio Paniotto in the lunch break. He seems to think he's won the title, and I would be surprised if he has. I haven't quite been able to advance that yet. I think he has, with Harrison Utram not being here today. The gap between himself and Utram is now up to fourth final race. It's going to be a gap of 269. So in fact, Rio Paniotto is going to be the Rotax Inter champion here today, and that's going to be a real good streak for him to pick up, especially with Utram further back, and Utram with already having a drop round and missing this round as well. So congratulations to Rio as he tries to do his victory lap here today and tries to confirm his status as the fastest in the Inter Rotax class, because you can be the fastest for the first portion of the season, but you might not be the fastest for the whole time. And it looks as though there's a red flag out there. Who has had issues in the first sector on this track? It looks like somebody's gone slamming into the tyre barriers at the exit of turn number 2. We hope everything is all okay. And of course, everybody is going to have to stop, and we're going to keep our eyes as to who that is going to be. Big shame, though, for whoever that indeed is, as they've had an issue. So who can I see out there? I can see Charlie Heffer. I can't see Finley Thompson. So it might be the 38. No, in fact, I can see Finley Thompson. He's dropped behind Rio Paniotto. It's hard because they are the other side of the circuit where the commentary box is. So I'll try to catch a glimpse of all of the drivers' numbers. All having a chat amongst themselves. So it's TJ McLeish is there. Oh my word, my hands aren't steady enough for this to try and zoom in 50%. Ariane Ehsan and Ronnie Griffin got out of their cart. I'm not quite sure why, but maybe that was something that they needed to do. We've got a little bit of a moan for us. Can the owner of KS67WUG, it's a Nissan, I believe, Qashqai, it's a black Nissan, could you please move your car? It has blocked the ambulance access to the track, which meant that this has taken a little bit longer than it should have done. So the owner of KS67WUG, could you please move your car? the owner of the Nissan, the KS67WUG, just to make you aware, this meeting will not continue until the car is moved, because it is vital to have ambulance access to the track. A reminder, could the owner of the Nissan KS67WUG please move their car? We will not be getting going again until the car is moved. Once again, we are waiting on a Nissan KS67WUG to be moved. It is down by where the ambulance is. It is blocking, or it is restricting the access to the circuit for said ambulance. If it is not moved, we cannot go racing. So we are going to be looking to get ourselves going for another race out there on the circuit. Absolutely, why not? We're going to restart this into Rotax 950. We're going to work out who that is that's had the issues. It looks as though it is in fact the 38. All was okay. They got out of the car, which is good to see. The card has now been removed to the pit lane for repairs and maybe to be boxed up and dealt with at home, because of course this is the last race for the Inter Rotax 950s here today, so might be the best idea. Either way, we're going to be getting ourselves underway very, very shortly indeed. The lights are on, drive to be told slow down, and here they go. A good start from Charlie Heffer, and he will lead with second and third going side by side into the first corner, and he will pick up that place. Second place will go to the 74 of TJ McLeish, who holds it right now. Is he going to stay in place? No, because there's a big send from Rio Panayiotou into turn number 4, and McLeish is not happy with it. But either way, he's dropped that place. The 84 currently sitting right in behind. Rubio got a good start and was able to get through on Aurelia Simpson for 4th place, and that is exactly what she would have wanted within that first lap. But it's going to be Charlie Heffer to take us on to the next one, and that is a very good start from number 16. But George Means dropped to the back of the field in the meantime. That's going to be a shame for him. But we're going to carry on with him into road taxes as we are right now. Well, of course, as I mentioned, we will not be doing this race with competitor of, if I can find the full name, Finley. It is Finley. I thought it was a Finn, but I didn't want to get it wrong. Finley Thompson, who is not in this race, hit the barrier at turn 2 or turn 3. Seems to be okay. Is out of the car and walked off, which is good to see. Heifer leads the way, but Panayiotou got the fastest lap last time around. It was a 3/10 gap between them. The gap between Inflation in third and Woolcock in fourth, 1.2 seconds. So that is a very, very big gap indeed for these drivers to try to contend with and try to climb back up on. But to be honest, I think it has sorted itself out the way it should be, where Heifer, Panayiotou and Inflation have had the pace of everybody throughout the course of the weekend and will be wanting to carry on and pick up that pace and continue sitting in position, sitting in station. TJ McLeish gets the fastest lap on the next lap as he tries to close that gap to Panayiotou. Panayiotou at the same time is going to keep his fight on to try and catch up with Charlie Heifer, and that is the fight for the top three at the moment. Continues to lead the way right now, and well, the 74 waiting in the background of the top two, waiting for any potential opportunity to see what can happen, but no doing just yet, and they will continue their way on. We are on to what will be the last races of the day. We are into the finals, and now from now on there is just 3 races. There's the junior and the senior road tax carts, and there's the 177s as well to take us to the checkered flag of the day. But we've got our podium presentations to give out to all of the drivers who deserve those podium presentations and deserve everything that's going on for them. Of course, they will get them for the final, and they will also get potentially a driver for the day one as well. And you'll see who is going to deserve all of those awards in just a couple of, well, let's say about 45 minutes time, I would say, before we get to that award ceremony, which will not be live streamed, but it will be down at the circuit. So if you're not in, why not get in, come and watch. If not, you can watch it on the live stream. You can't watch the ceremony afterwards. I hope you have enjoyed both of you watching at the track and at home as well. We had a few spectators earlier on in the stadium, which is nice to see, and they were very much enjoying the action. I walked past them and they said, "Oh, when are we going to get going again?" Because this was during the lunchtime. It's great to see that even though they may not be directly involved with one of the teams, even if they are somebody's grandparent, they're still keen to watch the racing, and they're still keen to get involved with the racing as well. It is good to have a kart circuit out here in the dwindling world of less and less kart circuits up here. Of course, we've seen, I think it was Clay Pigeon on the chopping block recently, they managed to survive, but it's scary times for some of these kart circuits. So to see Rye House still going as strong as it is with however many entries we've got, the grid of 17 for one of the groups is very, very good to see indeed. Hopefully we'll be able to keep that up as we head through. George B right in behind Ronnie Griffin, and Ariane Hersan is going to be out of this race. It looks like the 112's had issues and will not be right up there with the rest of the drivers for now, which is going to be a big shame, because that's somebody who was right in the thick of the fighting all day long, and you felt as though, because sometimes you can feel a little bit of grief if you finished in the mid-pack yesterday, you haven't had much of a fight. I think there was opportunities for him to have fights, but unfortunately in his final race he hasn't quite had that. And the fights are the most fun part of racing, of course. It's why we go racing every single time, so that we can actually race, because that is the definition of the word at the end of the day. And that is what we want to see these drivers doing. Heifer leading Panayiotou by 0.162 seconds, and TJ McLeish is going to be about a quarter of a second off the back of Panayiotou. So the top three split by not much as we head through the final part of the race. Ruby Alcock leading Aurelia Simpson 4th and 5th place, the 84 and the 91 at the moment. And then George B was very close to the back of Ronnie Griffin as they crossed the beat, as he been able to make his way through. Added 2 on the 88-4. Now we'll see if they cross the line for the next time. Will indeed be George Griffin ahead of George B, or Ronnie Griffin even ahead of George B. Now Griffin not too far off the back of Oscar Yergele as well, trying to rope the 3 and 3 into the fight. It's where you can see the improvements in some of the cars throughout the day. Like, for example, Griffin and me weren't quite up to the pace of Yergele earlier on, but they have been able to keep up with him and have been able to fight with him in this final race. And it's good to see, of course, doing the same track 8 times in a season, or however many races they would have in each of those 8 times. So it would be, in the end, I'm trying to do my maths, they've done 21 races so far. This is the 21st race they've done around this circuit. They get to learn the circuit, they get to know what goes on around it. And when we get to see them as they learn and as they improve. I'm sure the lap times now will be at least 5/10 quicker for those drivers at the top than they were at the first round of the season, which is great to see the improvement, and that's exactly why we put on championships like this. TJ McLeish with the personal best last time around, closing into Rio Panayiotou, but no making moves just yet for him, and Rio Panayiotou not too far off the back of Charlie Heifer as well. Griffin, me and Yergele close together, Ruby Alcock and Aurelia Simpson close together as well. So there's nobody out there really in a world of their own. They're still all ready to go fighting. And 74 all over the back of the 29. We tick down to less than a minute to go. I think we're going to get 2 more laps here in this race, and there's literally, if you have 3 eyes, you'll be able to keep track of all the action in it, because you've got the fight at the top between Emma Pennington and Cleach. You've got the fight between Alcott and Simpson, and then you've got the fight between Yergolay, Griffin and me. So that's literally 3 fights out there on the circuit. I've almost got enough eyes. I've only got 2. But either way, there's still going to be great racing between all of them at the very end of this race. 13 seconds to go then, and Heffer and Paniotto please move across the line. Contact point for Ronnie Griffin. Quite sure what's happened to the 88, but either way, Yergol's going to stay ahead of the 88, who must have tried to make his way through and is going to try once again to make his way through and climb up a position, but at the moment 3 and 3 holding firm, 2 just sitting and watching, and has taken a step back in the last lap, so I think that may well have been the reason why. Heading on to what will be then the final lap, with Charlie Heffer taking us onto it and Rio Paniotto and TJ McLeish not too far off as well for second and third. It's 2 tenths between Heffer and Paniotto, and the latter of which set the fastest lap last time out. Then TJ McLeish was going to be his personal best, but not quite close enough to catch up to the top 2. Is there a move for Rio Paniotto? The answer, very simply down to turn 4, is no. What about turn 5? Can he get the turn in? No. So it looks as though Charlie Heffer is going to be able to hold on here to what would be a very, very well-earned victory indeed. He's just sat in position and he's watched the Carters behind try to put any sort of pressure on him, and he has not faltered, not even once. Charlie Heffer with a perfect defence will come home to take the victory in the Inter-Rotex 950s. Rio Paniotto 0.159 gave him a great go, and TJ McLeish 0.195 gave him a good go as well. There is your top 3. Ruby Alcott came home in 4th with Aurelia Simpson in 5th, and then I'm expecting Yergolay, Griffin and me in that order. Not me, I'm out there on the circuit, but George me is out there on the circuit, and I'm expecting him to come home in a position for the order of the 8th place for him. He will be the final one to take the check flag. Of course, Ariane Essan is not going to come to the end of this race, unfortunately. That's going to be it for our Inter-Rotex 950s. Today has flown by, and we've got 3 races to go to take us to our 28 races, including qualifying throughout the course of this weekend and throughout the course of today. Thank you very much to everybody who's joined us so far, and well, thank you very much to those of us who join us after this message who won't receive the thank you message, but the sentiment remains nonetheless. Here we go then on one of our biggest groups, 17 drivers here, and it'll be 16 Randy Dorian in the 377, who has dominated the first 2 races of the weekend. And somebody will be hoping to stop him. Harvey Watts in the 90, Nisha Marshall in the 115, Ayrton Ray on the 118, Edward Jones on the 43, Mason O'Connor 24, Nicola Pozzi with the 49, Robin Curtis 16, Declan Perez 11, Mia Minot 73, Finley Reed 141, Judah Gianta 22, Lyle Miller 35, Felix Jolly 12, Vinnie Cunningham 42, Susanna Mikulovska 33, and 333 even, and Harry Search 404. We're ready to get our action underway for the Junior Rotax Max Final, and it will be Tigran Gregorian who leads it into turn 1. Who's going to lead out of turn number 3? Then it will continue to be Tigran, who just manages to extend that lead just that little bit, and I think that may well have been a false start. I think we're going to be going again. Indeed it is, indeed we will. Here we go again then, ladies and gentlemen. We've got our final race of the Junior Rotax Max. Not season, but day ready to get underway. Tigran Gregorian's going to lead us off, and Harvey Watts is going to be in P2. Who's going to take that whole shot into turn 1? I'd imagine it's going to be Tigran Gregorian as they head out of turn number 3, and indeed it is. The second place is going to be 118. Ayrton Ray, where has he come from? Well, 4th on the grid is where he's come from, and he's jumped up to 3rd or 2nd place even, with Nishon Marshall in 3rd place, which begs the question, where on earth has Harvey Watts gone? Well, he's certainly not in the fight for the lead at the moment, which is currently led by Tigran Gregorian, but also options for a couple other drivers to get into that contention as we exit off the first lap. Gregorian leads, Ray in 2nd, Nishon Marshall in 3rd place, and Harvey Watts drops down to 4th. Roman Kurtz in 5th with Mason O'Connor in 6th, and then Jones, Perez, Cunningham and Potsy rounding out the top 10. Cunningham gaining 5 places off of a race start. That is sensational stuff from the 42. Lots of skids as they try to find their braking zones down towards turn 4, and they may well be prone to pushing it too far over the limit because they think they're used to the circuit now. On race 3 of the day, they're never used to it, and they may well just push it a bit too hard, but we'll see whether that is going to come to fruition as we come to the end of lap number 2, and Ayrton Ray will continue to run in P2 just behind Tigran Gregorian and Nishon Marshall, who's going to have a great opportunity to really put himself in with a shot of trying to take that win. But at the moment, Gregorian leading the way. Ray's going to be only about 5 tenths back, and I think this is the smallest gap that Gregorian has had at this point in the race. That's the dominant at this point in the race in the day. That's been the definition of the dominance that he's had, and that just explains exactly what has been very, very good for him today. It's been the consistency of his performances. He's been putting in exactly the same. He's not done one good and one bad. He's just done very, very good races. He'll be very, very happy with his performance if he's able to take it over the line, which I have no doubt he'll be the favourite to do. So would be very happy indeed if he is able to do so. But Ayrton Ray, of course, would like to take that victory, as with Nishon Marshall, as there's plenty of drivers ready to fly their way into contention for the top of that group. Let's have a look at the championship at the moment. It's Ronnie Jones that leads the way in there. And of course, Tigran Gregorian in 3rd place, and he's qualified from round 5, so his drop round will be round 2, and he will only have the points from rounds 1, 3, 4, and 6, as well as 7 here today. And Ronnie Jones not being here is going to massively benefit him. Not sure how many points Ayrton Ray's going to pick up because, well, it's been registered as not going to him for some reason. Nishon Marshall, his debut weekend of the season, is having a very, very good one indeed. Nicola Potsy, Lionel Miller are also doing the same thing, and, well, they'll be not too displeased with their performances. Ayrton Ray P2 in the championship, but may well be able to overtake Ronnie Jones with a good performance here today at 147 points in his first round of the season, and if he's able to pick up a decent chunk of points here, then he can close that gap to the top. Tigran Gregorian, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the lead after the first, after the way that his race has gone. He's taken the momentum into the championship decider in round 8 at, I believe, that'll be the London Cup later on this season. So we will see what those drivers will do, as it will be Ronnie Jones leading the way in that championship. But in the race, it's going to be Tigran Gregorian, who has done a very good job. Vinnie Cunningham, who is 4th in that championship, has done a great job as well to try to fight his way through, and currently finds himself in 8th place overall, having started from 16th. So the biggest gainer in any of the races so far is going to go the way of Cunningham. And you would imagine that's not the only thing he's going to be able to do, as he'll try to fight his way past Ed Jones, the next driver up, and then after that, Mason O'Connor straight after that one. So a few of the drivers really ready to go in contention for those spots, and he is certainly one of those who will be wanting to contend with the rest of the drivers for those top positions at the moment. Really, really good start for him, and if he can pounce upon the opportunities that he's created for himself, he'll be over the moon with the end outcome, because sometimes it can be difficult to keep yourself motivated, keep yourself going. However, in a scenario like the one that Vinnie Cunningham's got, I think it's going to be difficult not to, because he can just see how fast he's been throughout the course of this race so far. He's picked up so much time. He's given himself such a good opportunity, and it's all about making sure he's in the right place at the right time to make that count. 2 minutes 26 left, and Tigran Gregorian has managed to build up a bit of breathing room between himself and Ayrton Ray. 1.6 seconds between the two, and that will be the fastest lap last time around from Tigran Gregorian. Make it even faster this time around. A 35.0 for him, a 35.1 for Nishan Marshall, and a 35.2 for Ayrton Ray is going to really make one, Gregorian break free, two, make Marshall feel as though he's got a sniff of an opportunity. And honestly, he does. He really has that chance to climb up and maybe, just maybe, give himself a chance to make that move and climb further up in the order for now. But hey, we never quite know what could happen with these drivers in this race, as we've got plenty of time left. I'd say we've got about 3 or 4 laps for racing to go. Earlier on today, they were able to complete, if I can find the Junior Rotax Max race number 2, or heat number 2 even. They were able to complete 13 laps. So they've got about 4 laps to go in this one, I would imagine. And they will try to maximise every single one of those laps and put themselves in the best position possible to fight towards the best position possible. It might sound like a simple equation. It's sometimes harder than it looks. And so these drivers are really giving it a go right now, and we'll see who is going to be able to come out in that top spot. And well, whoever it is going to thoroughly deserve it. Tigran Gregorian looking as though he's going to be onto that one, but I'm entered in the fight for that second place. Ray and Marshall, who have really hounded each other all race long. Ray has managed to ward off Marshall for the time being, and pretty much all race long, in fact. But if he is able to climb up and jump in, then he's giving himself a really, really good shot at racing with the big boys at the very top of this order. But now this is crunch time in terms of this race, crunch time in terms of the championship as well, with the opportunities that are going to present themselves to Tigran if he is able to give himself that race victory after the end of all of this skirmishing. And well, he's going to really close the gap to the leader at the top, and that will be really fascinating heading towards the finale if Ronnie Jones does indeed race. And if he doesn't, well, we've still got a couple of contenders in here. They haven't quite had the pace of Gregorian, who hit the ground running and hasn't really looked back since, but they've still got the pace to challenge. And sometimes, for example, if he was to have a poor weekend, then they'd be there and ready to get and pounce upon it. That will be the end of regulation time, which means we've got 1 lap to go in the final race of the day in class. Who will come out on top in this one in terms of the fight between Marshall and Ray? Well, it looks as though Marshall has been able to jump up and gain that place and jump up that position, so looks as though he will be that easy answer to who will win between Nishan Marshall and Ayrton Ray. The triple numbers, the 1-1, the 1-1 close are going to be seeing their fights come to a close on this final lap. But what a race it's been for Tigran Gregorian, who's going to come home. What a weekend it's been for Tigran Gregorian, who comes home victorious. Second place will go to Nishan Marshall, who held off the pressure late on with Ayrton Ray in third. And then Roman Curtis, Harvey Watts, Mason O'Connor, Vinnie Cunningham, Edward Jones, Declan Perez, all following in formation. Harry Search rounds out the top 10. Then Minot, Johnny, Gianta, Mikulovska and Miller will round out our finishing order, with those who are not going to finish being Potsy, being Reed as well. And that is a shame for those karters. But that is it for the Junior Rotax. I scared you there for a second. 2 races still to come. 2 races packed full of action. Well, here we go. 2 races to go in the day, and the senior road tax class is out there ready to get their racing underway. It will be Ryan Welsh, Taylor Jarrett, Marin Smith, Lewis Joyner, Carson Fernandez, Bowie Kunyasic, Mikael Islam, Anthony Parfit, Alex Cooper, and Ollie Mann to take us to it. I was amazed by myself. You should be amazed as well. You can give me lots of praise in the YouTube chat if you are watching along. If you're not watching along, why not? Well, unless you're at a circuit, in which case you could still stick the stream on in the background. You can hear me anyway, but just to give us a little bit more support, it's the Rye House YouTube channel that we are currently on, and it is our penultimate race of the day that we are currently on as well. Green flag racing is going to get underway, and who's going to lead into that first corner? It looks as though out on the end of it, as there's a big slide for a couple of the cars in the background. Ryan Welsh leads the way. Not sure who that is, but neither of them will be happy with that one. One of them already out of the carton, going over to check to see what he can do. The other one now jumping out of his carton, basically walking off from the race, deciding that that will be his day done. Before he's even given it a go to restart his car, so maybe there's going to be pre-existing issues for him that he's not been able to sort out. Either way, that will be at the end of both their races. Very unfortunate. And then we'll find out who they are at the end of this lap. It looks as though it's going to be Lewis Joyner and Chloe Kunyasic to start off our DNFs for this race. Unfortunately, there for both of those drivers, especially Kunyasic, who had worked her way up to a decent qualifying position, and after all of that, a little bit disappointed in the outcome from that race. So that is a shame. But either way, it's going to be interesting indeed to watch these carters go at it all the way throughout this one. And it will be Ryan Welsh to lead the lane. That's the half of the fastest that Maris Smith stole it off Welsh for a fraction of a second before it was stolen off him. And that means that all of the carts in this pack are fast, and all of the carts in this pack are ready to give themselves a go and give it a real good scrap out for position. And you'd imagine that they are going to really give it a go here in the final race of the day to maximise any sort of points that they can gain out of it at all. And they'll be really doing a good job if they can fight their way through and get any of those points by the end of this race. At the moment, we're really about to lead Smith to Parfit, who's alongside Smith into turn 1. Is he going to be ahead of him on the exit on it? You can't quite see it from the commentary box, but he's 10 ahead, and that means Parfit has had the tricky weekend, hoping to fight for a race win finally in race 3 of the day, and he fought his way up from 8th place all the way up to 2nd, so a gain of just a low number of 6 positions, so just a small number of over half the field to have gained. So a very, very good start from him indeed, and one that he'll look to capitalise upon. 4-4-4, I think, so we'll see how many laps they're going to be able to get done out there. If the previous races are anything to go by, well, they ended up getting... What's that? 14 laps, there you go. They're going to be getting 14 laps out there. On the road, Anthony Parfit fastest that once again, and this really feels as though he's got that momentum. He's got himself the best opportunity of all day to get himself into a strong position. That is, if he's not disqualified, which I hope that he would not be by this point in the race. So this is a real good chance, his best chance of the weekend for a race victory, and he will challenge with Ryan Welsh at the moment. Where is he going to stack up in the race? It's another fast attack for Parfit as Marin Smith ready to challenge for position for time here. No moving just yet, no movers, no shakers in this order, but the only drivers really, really close to each other are going to be the top 5 as Mikael Islam and Taylor Jarrett have brought themselves back into that fight and brought themselves back into that scratch for what will be currently that first place. No fast attack for Anthony Parfit for the first time in a few laps. What it will be a personal best lap from Ryan Welsh. So he's built up that gap a little bit more. He's given himself a bit of a buffer. That could be the chance that he's been waiting for to build that gap. It's a 5-10 gap as they crossed the beam last time out. That may well be the killer blow that he would need in order to stay right in ahead. 3 minutes left in the session, so not much time to go. We're about halfway through in terms of the laps that we are going to get. We've got about 14 last time we went racing for race number 2, and it looks as though we're going to be getting a similar amount here in this one. And for the final race of the day, where are we going to be seeing Ryan Welsh and Anthony Parfit stacking up? Well, we are going to be seeing Welsh 4/10 ahead. Marius Smith over a second off now. That is the golden chance for Parfit to really throw everything, throw the kitchen sink, throw the recipe book, throw everything at attacking Ryan Welsh. And then he's got Marius Smith for company. And if indeed they have any issues, if they don't have any issues, they could find themselves in a good spot. And it's the fastest lap from Anthony Parfit at the moment to take him to the top of the time once again. But still, second place for him, not close enough to the race lead to really start to challenge. This has been the difficulty all the way throughout the day. You can get close, but you have to get close to the right parts of the circuit. And Parfit is one of many who has not quite been able to find that correct part of the circuit to jump his way through. So for Anthony Parfit at the moment, it's going to be a shame, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, as it were. And he will learn from this and he will take it into the next few rounds of the campaign. Of course, we've still got 3 races to go. We've got 1 more weekend to go in the championship. And Anthony Parfit at the moment, he'll be taking this one of his strong rounds. Of course, in this round 1, which didn't help as well. And Ryan Welsh has pretty much had a perfect campaign. Round 4 aside, he's 270 points ahead. I think, having had a look at that Ryan Welsh may well be confirmed the champion. I won't say that too quickly. I will look to confirm that before I end up saying it. So 270 points. So 200 will be available for the final round. So I think it would be, but Ryan Welsh's points have been updated, so do not take my word for that one. My massive control is the awful, so I think it's going to be a little bit of a fight down to the final day and down to the London Cup later on in this season. After these drivers are really trying to make their impression on everybody else. Of course, don't forget, if you're watching on at home, you can still get yourself involved in the racing action. You can check out the Facebook pages and all these sorts of things and all these social medias nowadays that everybody's on and everybody is going to make the most of to build the series up as much as they can. It's all be appreciated in that, including subscribing to our YouTube channel, ladies and gentlemen. If you're at the track, you might know we have a YouTube channel. I've only mentioned it about 50 times today. I mentioned it 50 at that one. Makes no sense. That's a joke. But yeah, we've got plenty of racing on there from commentary, from myself, from using it to hire, from John Ratcliffe. It's really worth it to keep track of every single round of your Rye House Pro Kart and Rye House Kart Club seasons. So I would suggest you go over and you give it a cheeky watch. Any support is appreciated, as I say. So everybody, welcome in, and we've got not long left to go this race. In fact, we've only had 1 second as Ryan Welsh is coming to the end of the race. We have 2 more laps to go. It will be 1.5 or whenever Ryan crosses the beat to start his 14th lap. He will be ready to take everybody onto that checkered flag, and he'll be ready to crown himself once again victor of the RHKC Senior Road Tax Max Final as Anthony Parfit looks to challenge. He has been close, but is he going to run out of overtaking opportunity? My heart would say no, but my head would say yes. I think he is going to be, I don't think he's going to be close enough. His first chance, turn 4. You can see that on the live stream there. No move just yet. Turn 5, same situation again. The 47, not able to make that move, not able to jump forward. And therefore, that is the final chance, unless he's able to pull alongside into the final corner. I find that unlikely. Is it going to be unlikely? Yes, indeed it is. The victory then is going to head the way of Ryan Welsh, who has held off the pressure and the pace from Anthony Parfit and will take the victory here in the final race of the day from Senior Road Tax Maxes. Mikhail Islam has passed Marius Smith on the final lap, 0.059, so it might have been a photo finish. Didn't take my eyes off the ball for that one. Then Taylor Jarrett in 5th place and Carson Fernandez, then Man Cooper, Joyner and Kunyasic. Round up the order, of course, Joyner and Kunyasic, DNF. Our final race of the day then is ready to get underway, and we've got Cal Miller, Jack Taylor, Adam Sadler, Wayne Smithers, Dan Wright, Jake Bradfield, Hugo Barrera, Drew Lamass, Adam Clark, Stephen Kahn, Tom Thompson, Rob Church, James Benson, and Jonathan Militello ready to get themselves underway. For the final race of the day, the 177 Rotax final. Cal Miller, of course, leading the way, and he's done so well so far. The pink cart is going to be alongside Jack Taylor as they get themselves underway now. We get green flag racing here today. This is going to be a great opportunity for Cal Miller to take that victory once again and really stamp his claim. But he's not going to be in the league. He is going to be back from Jack Taylor and Adam Sadler. I might just get checked for colour blindness because I thought Adam Sadler, the orange car, was in the lead, and I thought that Cal Miller was in third place in the pink car. It's the other way around, but either way, they're going to stay in position for the time being. That's the top three staying as they were. In the contact warning for Adam Clark on the first lap for the 81, so not necessarily ideal for the rider currently in 8th place. We're going to end off at the first lap. It's going to be Miller to lead the way, Taylor the second lap, third, Smithers, Bradfield, right to Pereira, and then Adam Clark, Tom Thompson, Drew Lamass to round out the top 10, James Benson, 10th place, and Rob Chapman, Steve Clark as well. In the meantime, they're going to hope to make the most of that momentum, but the bottom of the field starts to fan out just that little bit. And it's closer at the top of the order. Miller and Taylor. 2 tenths between them. Of course, Miller was faster that last time out. But there's contact between himself and Jack Taylor as Taylor bullies his way into the race lead. And Miller will not be happy with that one at all. Desperately to fight back. Adam Sadler trying to make the most of that in the meantime. Not quite close enough. Faster that race from Jack Taylor in the meantime as Cal Miller is going to really try to fight back. Will not be happy with that one at all and will be desperate to make his way back into that race lead. That would be the ideal scenario for him at the moment. And yeah, we'll see whether these cars are actually going to be able to sit themselves in the positions that they're going to want at any point in this race, as this has been a very good start indeed for Jack Taylor despite the contact, and there's actually no contact warning out there for him, but there is contact warning for Adam Clark out there, so maybe they're just deciding who they might decide who is at fault for that incident. But they head down towards turn number 1, then through 2 and 3 will still be Jack Taylor with a decent bit of a buffer for a lead. 0.422 seconds for him, and a fastest lap attempt to boot for Jack Taylor. A 35, almost flat, a 35.004 for him, and then 35.127 for Cal Miller in second place. Adam Sadler, 35.4, will find himself in third place. Everybody in the top 9 split by less than a second now, and then there's going to be a second gap between Lamass and Thompson, a gap between Benson and Lamass, and then a gap between Church and Kahn, and a gap between Militello and Church. But either way, those at the bottom of the order aren't going to matter. It's all about those up at the top, and they're the ones duking it out. Another fastest lap for Jack Taylor. In the meantime, he's going to give it a go to take that race victory and try to maximise that lead that he's got over the 34, and that's exactly what he is doing at the moment. The Lando Norris clad driver who's going to be racing with that Lando Norris suit. We've seen plenty of Lando Norris helmets throughout the course of the season. We've got a couple here today, but it's all going to be about the Lando Norris suit in this final race of the day. He's going to try to continue his way through. Not quite close enough pace-wise to make it really start to feel as though there's an advantage there for the 34. So for Jack Taylor, this is a perfect storm. There might be a move though. Jake Bradfield and Wayne Smithers are going to give it a go, and it's going to be side by side. The Lando helmet on the inside. That will be Wayne Smithers, who stays right in ahead. Opens the door as well to Dan Wright, who maybe we'll just have a look, but no doing just yet. Stays right in behind and won't drop out a spot at all on the 9. So a good performance from him so far. Hugo Pereira in 10th, trying to stay in position, and Tom Thompson in 8th right now. 2 tenths between Thompson and Pereira. 2 tenths between Miller and Sadler, and that could get very touchy. 3 minutes left to go in this one, so we can expect I think there's going to be about 15 laps of this race. I think there's going to be about 14, 15. So we've got about 8 to 9 laps left to go in this race, and there's going to be a real opportunity for somebody to make a move here on this final race of the day. Sadler looking like the latest to be able to do so. He's got Cal Miller for company, and he's going to give it a go down towards turn 1. There's a contact warning out for Tom Thompson further down in the order, but that is going to be a real good shot. But no doing, no dice, and no move for Jack Taylor. Yet there's going to be just under even a second between Taylor and Miller. Sadler and Miller is who I was talking about in terms of the drivers in the fight. But no, just haven't quite made their way through just yet. They will keep that fighting on throughout the remainder of this race. Jack Taylor taking us on to lap number 8 with a 35.0. Cal Miller not too much slower, but enough slower to lose a bit more time. Adam Sadler ready to pounce on any opportunity, and Jake Bradfield and Dan Wright doing the same on the back of Wayne Smith as they have done pretty much all race long. Is there a move around the outside? Not quite yet into turn 4, maybe down to 5, but no, just waits and watches and tries to get the exit out of 5, as so many other drivers have done so far today, but no dice for them just yet. Nobody really taking that chance to jump up and pick up that position. They are getting very, very texturally close though to each other. This could be a fantastic end to our racing day. Jack Taylor losing a bit of time to Cal Miller, so not quite checked out for the 99 just yet. And 34 staying within contention. Adam Sandler therefore is going to be in contention for that race lead as well, as there's a bit of a move maybe. Wayne Smithers defends against Jake Bradfield. He went very far to the inside of turn 4, but in the end Dan Wright starting to pressure, but Jake Bradfield just about holds on to the place. Wright backs out of it smartly as they headed down towards turn 6, knowing that's not going to be the ideal spot to really find a chance, really make a move, because of how the temporary chicane is going to work out. It tightens up on you. There's barriers on the inside. If you hit it, it'll be curtains. Taylor takes on to the last minute of this race, 6 cents ahead of Cal Miller, so another gain of a tenth and a half for the 34 at the moment. Adam Sadler finding himself in 3rd place and ready to go fighting, but he needs to give Cal Miller the G on here. He needs to really push him towards the next level. Stephen Kahn and James Benson are going to go for it for the lower echelons of the positions. 11th and 12th for those two at the moment. And 35 seconds left to go in this one. Jack Taylor leads the way onto what will be the penultimate lap of it. Cal Miller gaining again. It's 4 tenths closer. It's 3 tenths the gap. This might be the chance for the 34 to take this race victory. He's getting very, very close indeed. Is the pink cart behind our Lando Norris clad race leader, and hopefully the Lando Norris clad race leader can channel the number 4. But of course, in that 99 kart to defend. The final lap ready to get underway. We've got 5, 4, 3 seconds left to go in our racing day. And the 177 road taxes have given us a spectacle to finish it off with. Jack Taylor and Cal Miller close to each other, but 600s gain for Taylor on that previous lap time. Hugo Pereira's dropped a couple of places in the 10, dropped behind Adam Clark, and Tom Thompson has managed to somehow stay in place. But is there a move around the outside for Jake Bradfield? Not quite yet. There's also no move for Jack Taylor and Cal Miller. They're not going to swap positions. I think Miller's run out of overtaking opportunities. Final couple of corners are going to beckon. Now it's down towards the final braking zone and out onto the exit. The victory is taken. Jack Taylor is victorious in the final of the 177 road taxes. And Sandler comes home 3rd, and Cal Miller just under 2 tenths off of our race leader. Then Smithers, Bradfield and Wright in that order. Not swapping around, but very close to each other. Adam Clark in 7th, Tom Thompson in 8th. Then Hugo Pereira and Drew Lamass round out the top 10. Benson, Kahn and Militello with Rob Church just ahead of Militello, but not a lap down. We'll round out the order. Thank you very much to everybody. From the marshals to the people running the show, to the people who came up here earlier on and helped me out with turning the amplifier on, which was more useful than it should have been. Thank you to all of the drivers out there who can race, all of the people that helped out the drivers in getting out there. Thank you to those who joined us on the stadium section, joined us in the main building as well. And feel free to join us in the main building soon, because we've got some trophies and some medals to give out. My name's been Joseph Black. This has been round 7 of the Rye House Kart Club. And until next time, it is goodbye.